everything. All the chatter, any thinking. And let's do Om chant 3 times, if that's okay. Take a breath in. And it's just a request to please switch off your mobiles for the next 2 or 3 hours. We'll just maintain silence without the distraction of the phone. Over to you, Matthew.
Jnaninamapi chetansi devi bhagavati isa ballada krishna Mahamaya Prayachati Sarvamangala Mangalye Shive Sarvarta Sarike Sharanye Jambakete Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Anandamaya Chaitanyamaya Satyamaya Paramaya Anandamaya Chaitanyamaya Satyamaya Paramaya Jima 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 Anandamaya Chaitanyamaya Satyamaya Paramaya Anandamaya Chaitanyamaya Jagatambe Jeje Ma Jagatambe Jeje Ma Durga 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 Jagatambe Jeje Ma Jima 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 Mama Jima Jagatambe Jeje Ma Durga Jagatambe Jeje Ma Jagatambe Jeje Ma Durga Jagatambe Jeje Ma Jagatambe Jeje Ma Durga Jagatambe Jeje Ma Jima Jima Anandamai Chaitanyamai Satyamai Paramai Anandamai Chaitanyamai Satyamai Paramai Anandamai Chaitanyamai Satyamai Paramai Anandamai Chaitanyamai Satyamai Paramai Sharanagata Dinata Paritrana Parayane Sarvasyanti Harite Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute. I don't know if that was 5 minutes or 2 hours, so that was probably close to 15. It's up to you. You're the boss. You can have one more, please. One more. Om Sri Aurobindo should have known Mama. 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 Akhanda Miran mind is blank. Hey ma 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 J ma, open my mind, my heart, my life. Hey ma 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 J ma, open my mind, my heart, my life. Open my mind, my heart, my life. Until you light your love and your power. In all things may I see the divine. Open my mind, my heart, my life. Till you light your love and your power. In all things may I see the divine. Hey ma 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 J ma, Jagatambe J ma. Hey ma 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 J ma, Jagatambe J ma. Hey ma 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 J ma, Jagatambe J ma. Ma ma ma, ma ma ma, ma ma ma, ma ma ma. Open my mind, my heart, my life. Till you light your love and your power. In all things may I see the divine. Open my mind, my heart, my life. Till you light your love and your power. In all things may I see the divine. Hey ma 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 J ma, Jagatambe J ma. Hey ma 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 J ma, Jagatambe J ma. Hey ma 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 J ma, Jagatambe J ma. Ma ma ma, ma ma ma, ma ma ma, ma ma ma. Hey ma, Jagatambe J 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 ma, ma ma ma, ma ma ma, ma ma ma, ma ma ma. Open my mind, my heart, my life. Till you light your love and your power. In all things may I see the divine. Open my mind, my heart, my life. Till you light your love and your power. In all things may I see the divine. Open my mind, my heart, my life. Till you light your love and your power. In all things may I see the divine. Hey ma 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 J ma, hey ma 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 J ma, hey ma 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 J ma, hey ma 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 J ma.
Thank you for setting that powerful context, Matthew. I think it's a beautiful segue because just before the lunch, there was a call and an evocation to the Shakti, to the feminine, to the love. And oh my, we're going to, it's no coincidence, 1.5 days into the summit and right in the depths of the heart, whom do we have here? None other than Krishnadas and Dana Marian. We opened in meditation. Krishnadas, with his mantric singing and soulful singing, opened our hearts. For the last 1.5 days, we've been immersing and asking soulful questions. And I think we've come right to the heart of the matter is the propelling force is love. I think we've all experienced love in all its form. It had hurt, it has healed. We were wanted to run away, not open our hearts, and then you fall in love or you love again. And yet, beyond this love, there is one love that awakens our heart. And that heart is the heart that unifies all of us, that brings us all together and also helps us to liberate from the samsara that we get caught into, get born into, and then finding a way. So in this delightful conversation, I now invite Krishna Das, needs no introduction, and Dina Mariam. And yes, that was, and Vibhuti, who is the co-founder of the Youth Alliance of India. So the idea here is we have stories of how the heart awakened, or how we can awaken a heart. What are the ways and means to awaken this power, which is the key to our own individual transformation and the transformation of the world. Because again, just before the lunch, the segue was of individual and the collective. And the bridge possibly is love. Or maybe it is only love. So over to you, Krishna, Dina, and Vibhuti, and in dialoguing with all of us in love.
Thank you. Good afternoon, you all, and we are here talking about love. Love that encompasses everything. And so I am feeling like we are going to be talking about a lot more things which encompasses love. And I got a glimpse of your playfulness, Krishna Das ji, at the dining table. And we are also playing with the format here a little bit. Like we've been noticing the extreme curiosity and enthusiasm and amazing insights that we've all been collectively generating here. And so we're going to be opening the floor for 45 minutes of questioning with Krishna Das ji. And then we'll have Dina share some really amazing stories about love. So I just wanted to start off with a question, and then we'll throw back the ball up here with you all beautiful people. I've been reading your book and it's been lovely. And I got touched by something you mentioned about that we all want love, but we don't really let it in. There are boxes of piles and boxes of all kinds of samskaras, jealousy, ego, hurt, attachment. And so the question really is, how do we let the love in? And what is that practice? What does that wisdom look like?
Well, maybe I'll be able to tell you someday. In my tradition, it's about grace and surrender. And that longing that we have to find that love and live in that love is a two-edged sword. On one hand, the longing saves our lives. Otherwise, we'd get born, graduate from high school, drink some beer, and die. And we never know we were here for a second. But on the other hand, the longing saves our lives, because that's the thing that guarantees that nothing will be enough until it really is enough. So nothing, no matter where we stop, no matter when we think we've found it, it'll always disappear until we become it. And that happens by grace. I once asked one of Maharaji's greatest devotees, Siddhima, who took care of us Westerners and everybody for 30 years after he left the body. You see, Maharaji used to look at us and he would say, I have the keys to the mind. And then he'd say, I could turn your minds against me. And we said, Baba, don't do that. And he would laugh, you know. He was just teasing us. But he did have the keys to the mind. So I said to Ma one day, I said, Ma, if it's true that Maharaji has the keys to the mind, then I am where he puts me, where he wants me to be. So is it all his doing? Is it all grace? Or is my effort required? So she looked at me for a minute and smiled, and she said, it's all grace, but you have to act like it isn't. That's the deal. It's all grace, done deal, already happened. We're here. We just don't know it. So how do we recognize, recognize our own presence, which is the same as the presence of the Lord? There's only one of us everywhere. Maharaj used to go, he'd look at us like that. And we thought, oh God, what am I getting busted for? You know, something I did, something I'm gonna do, or something I'm thinking of doing? Because he knew everything. So we said, Baba, what does it mean when you do this? He goes, what does that mean? He said, many names, many forms, all one. Oh, okay, that's a good deal. So, you know, the only thing that's keeping us locked out of our own hearts is our programs, the stuff we believe about ourselves, the stories we tell ourselves all life long about ourselves, what we're worthy of, what we're unworthy of, where we're beautiful, where we're not, the things we want, the things we don't want. This is what it's like being a human being, you know. There's nothing but stuff in here. So how do we release those stories, you know? That's the deal, that's the trick. But you know, if you think about it, well, don't think about it too much. However, when a thought arises in a consciousness, it's like a wave that's just coming off the ocean and crashed over you. The wave comes from something that happened out in the ocean in a previous time. It reaches this moment and then crashes over you and dissolves. You can't stop the waves. You can only let them disappear, arise and disappear, and remain as present as you can. And of course, there's many techniques for remembering yourself and to center yourself and calm yourself down. And they're all good. But if we're even interested in this stuff at all, it's because of the effort we ourselves have done in our previous incarnations, in our previous life. And if you don't believe in previous lives, just think about this life. At some point in this life, you recognize that you want something that you don't think you have. And so you try to find it. And that's what we're doing. So, but even that is, as far as I'm concerned, grace itself. Because, you know, what do we know, really? Not much. And the less we believe everything we think and tell ourselves, the better we are. The more we enter into a deeper place inside.
Thank you for that. I also wanted to ask you if you could share a little bit about your learnings about love from Maharaj Ji. And I know you've written a lot about experiences when he would know a lot, like you just mentioned. Like I remember reading about after you were recovering from, was it hepatitis, and you went out and had samosas and you came back to the ashram and he just knew that you had it. And I remember reading about love that was not controlling, not judgmental, but love that would remind you of oneself being loved. So if you could share just the wisdoms from Maharaji about love and your own time with him.
Well, that particular incident was, I had hepatitis and I almost died. I had to actually roll myself down a mountain into the road and wait for somebody to pick me up. So then I finally was recovering from hepatitis, and then one day I got sick, and I stayed in my room. I was living in the temple at the time with him. So the next day I came out, and as I'm walking towards him, he said, "You're sick, go to the hospital. Take him to the hospital, get him out of here." So they drove me to town, and I went to the hospital, and they did all these blood tests, and they said I was okay. Fantastic. So I go to get a bus back to the temple, and there's a little chaiwala on the corner, with samosas, pakoras, chai, sugar. I had been no sugar, no oil, no spice for months. And I saw those samosas in that wok, sitting in grease for like 24 hours. This is what I want. So I ate about 10 samosas and pakoras and about 3 chais, and I get on the bus, go back, it's about an hour drive. I get into the temple. I picked up some apples to offer to Maharaji, and he's sitting on the tucket. I bow down, I look up, and he goes, "Samosa, pakora, 9." Look at that. Ciao. Go in the back. So, it was, he knew everything. Everything. And you know what? All you felt was love. All you felt was kindness. All you felt was sweetness. When he wasn't scaring the shit out of you, which he could do. Okay, never mind, Joe. But we're living in this space where there were no secrets. Everything, he knew everything, even that things you didn't remember about yourself, he knew. And he would tell you every once in a while, remember? Oh, you thought she broke up with you? No, you left her first. Oh yeah, right. I mean, it was amazing. But once again, he let us in the room where love lives. And we dragged ourselves out with our own minds and our own stuff. And then he let us in again, and we drag ourselves out again. Then he let us in again, and we drag. This is how he taught. He didn't give lectures. He didn't initiate people. He didn't make us wear the same clothes. We didn't even like each other, the Westerners. We hated each other. Ramdas, he drove Ramdas out of his mind. He says, Ramdas. Okay, so he told Ramdas, Ramdas, you're a saint. You should not touch money. So Ramdas gave his money to this guy to hold for him and buy him tickets on the bus and that kind of stuff. So one day, Ramdas wakes up, and all the Westerners had already left for the temple, and he had no money. So he had to walk to the temple over the mountain. It was like a 4-hour walk. And the whole way he was fuming. He was getting angrier and angrier. And he comes down the mountain, and he walks into the temple, and we were all across the courtyard being fed mountains of puris and potatoes, And the guy that Ramdas hated the most stood up and offered him a plate of food. Ramdas took that plate of food and he threw it in the guy's face. And Maharaj is sitting there. Maharaj goes, Ramdas, is something wrong? So Ramdas goes over there and he says, Maharaji, I can't stand impurities in other people or myself. So Maharaji goes, I don't see any impurities. And Ramdas started to cry. Maharaji says, Ramdas, love everyone and tell the truth. Ramdas says, the truth is, I don't love everyone. Ram Dass, love everyone and tell the truth. So Ram Dass saw where it was going, and he recognized he had to give it up. And actually, I don't know if you know, Ram Dass had a catastrophic stroke in 1999, I think. And the last 20 plus years of his life, he spent in a wheelchair. And he actually overcame, he used to say to me, the stroke saved my life. And he surrendered to that stroke. He surrendered to the physical agony that he lived in. And he overcame stuff that was so deeply hidden in him that he wouldn't have ever gotten to it if he was able to continue the way he was going. And by the end, he was so, he was 99.9. There was always an edge. One time, on Mondays was the day that we used to go to the beach. And he used to love to get in the water with the floats and everything, because it was the only time he couldn't feel the weight of his body. He's in a wheelchair for 20 years, and he's had hip replacement, knee replacement, shoulder surgery, a diabetic neuropathy. The guy was in pain all the time. He never complained. So he loved to get in the water. I would always come later in the day because I don't get up the same time everybody else does. And so I got there, and I was on my way to the beach, and I see Ram Dass is sitting in a car in the parking lot. And the door's open on his side of the... So I walk over, and I just stand there for a minute. And he looks up at me, and he says, "I'm a fake. And you're a fake, too." So I look at him, and I said, "Yeah, but we're real fakes." And he just lost it. He completely fell apart. We had so much fun, I can't tell you. But he really became a saint. I can't tell you how beautiful this being became, how he shined by the end of his life. And in fact, when I first met Ram Dass in 1968, in the winter of 68, he had gotten back from his first visit to India. And I heard about him from some friends, and I went up to see him, and I walked into the room where he was sitting, and without a word being spoken, without eye contact, because he was sitting there with his eyes closed, the second I walked into that room, I knew that whatever it was I was looking for was real, and it was in the world. And you could find it. And that moment changed my life. Absolutely. And at first I thought it was Ram Dass, but he disavowed me of that particular belief. And I realized that it was Maharaji, and so I went to India to be with the old man. And but really, all we can do is try to remember, because we've forgotten, that's all. It's already happened. The love lives inside of us, it's who we are. It's not somewhere else, it's not someone else, it's not anything, it's our own true being. After Maharaji left the body, I went a little bit crazy, just a little. And I was running through the jungles looking for him because I heard he'd been seen here or there. And I remember I found this Baba sitting in a cave somewhere, and I said, "I'm looking for my guru." And the Baba looked at me like I was crazy, wish I was. And he said, "Your guru? Your guru is looking through your eyes right at this moment." And I said, "Nah," and I went running somewhere else. But it is true. The guru is the self, the one. And that's what's looking out of our eyes, hearing in our ears, cognizing in our brain, feeling in our skin. And we've forgotten, that's all. So we just have to remember. We have to remember, too. That's the harder part.
Thank you. I just learned from my yoga teacher.
I thought we said they were going to ask questions.
Yes, about punaha punaha, start over again and again. So whenever I forget to love, I start again and I start again and I
Yeah.
start again. Okay. Questions? Sudha's helping to pass around the mic.
I think when people are in love, there are no questions. So we just allow this love dialogue to continue. Dina is there, I guess. We'll wait. Does anybody have any questions?
Maybe my voice carries out, but what is love if you would define it?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, yes. That's a tricky question.
I'm just not qualified, I'm sorry. You know, I could give you... Let me try it out.
There's one question.
Namaste. I visited the Neem Karoli Baba ashram. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm deaf, even with my hearing aids in, so she's going to translate for me. You go ahead.
I visited the Neem Karoli Baba ashram in Uttarakhand, and when I sat both in the mother's samadhi and in front of Babaji's, it was as if I was completely intoxicated. And I couldn't lift my head. I had to take the support of something to rest my head. I don't know why that was happening, but I wanted to know, when you saw him in real life or when you saw Mataji in real life, what was it that you could feel? What was it that happens when you're with them?
I think the biggest feeling was that you're home, finally, again. You're home again, you know. And when you're home, and it's not the house you grew up in. It's your home. It's a different feeling, and you know what it is, or you wouldn't recognize it. See, that's the thing. We think we're looking for something that we don't know what it is. Well, if you didn't know what it is, how would you know if you found it? We know what it is, which is why we're looking for it. But we already know what it is because it's within us. And so maybe at first you find something outside that reminds you. But there's nothing outside, actually. It just looks that way. It's home. And a love that doesn't come and go. You don't get it from anyone. You can't give it to anyone. You don't fall in it or fall out of it. It's always here. But we don't know how to remember it, how to find it, that's all. But program is running, no problem. Sooner or later it's going to happen. What? You want to say something?
I have nothing to say.
Huh?
I have nothing to say.
She has nothing to say. Uh-oh.
Actually, I have a lot to say, and I'm saving it.
She's saving it for the next group.
There's a question here.
Krishnadas ji, this is Lalit here. I wanted to ask you, you
Where are
had
you?
come to the ashram with Karoli Baba, your guru, many years ago, to the mother and Sri Aurobindo's ashram. And you had some experiences. It would be lovely and relevant to hear some of them, and definitely with the experience of love that you had. And also,
Get that. Say that again.
Say the beginning.
you know, you had come here with your guru many years ago with Karoli Baba.
What's that?
Did you come here many years ago?
No. I'll tell you. So I was, how old was I? Maybe 20. And I was doing yoga and pretending to meditate and that kind of stuff. Like everybody else. And I heard about this mother's ashram in upstate New York, near where I live, Matagiri, it was called. Still there. And there were two guys, Sam and Eric, who lived there. and they supposedly taught meditation. So I went up there. I didn't know, okay, I'll watch my language. I didn't know anything about meditation. So I went up there and we had dinner together, and then we went into the living room and they said, okay, we're going to play some music. We're going to play the mother playing the organ. I'm like, okay. So I sat down in the chair. I think it was a cassette. They turned it on and I heard, da. And 2 hours later, they kind of woke me up. I heard the beginning of that chord and then I was gone for 2 hours. It was the first experience I ever had of spiritual stuff. So we're here. So I got here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot about what the artist Laurie Anderson says. The purpose of death is the release of love. The purpose of death is the release of love.
The purpose of
The
death.
purpose of death is the release of love.
The release of love. The release of love.
Yeah.
Laura's very cryptic, you know. I know her. She doesn't talk in straight lines,
Yeah.
which makes us really think about it. Laura's a very deep Buddhist practitioner, by the way. Her guru is Mingyur Rinpoche, one of the great young lamas. I don't know the purpose of anything, but if she says so, I'm willing to go along with that.
Okay, thanks.
There's one here.
Hello. So, in your journey of remembrance, did you ever experience that forgetfulness precedes it?
The forgetfulness that
That forgetfulness precedes remembrance.
all I experience is forgetfulness. I don't know what comes after that. I have to figure it out. All we do is forget, you know. We live in forgetfulness. All we do all life long is think about ourselves. That's forgetfulness, because we don't know what the true self is. So we think about this, we think about that, we like this, we don't like that, we want this, we don't want this, we like this one comes close, this one pushes away. All we do is tell stories to ourselves all life long. And then we die and do it again. So it's all forgetfulness here. If we could remember just 1/1000th of the time, that would be fantastic. So I'm working on it. What can I say? We think we're remembering, but that's not true. It's God that remembers us all the time. We're not paying attention, that's all.
There's one question from there.
Who had raised your hands?
There, back there. Back as on the stairs.
I just want to ask, where in upstate New York?
Upstate New York, all right. Take the mic, please, because be compassionate to the deaf and blind and the old.
No, I was just curious where you grew up in upstate New York.
No, I grew up on Long Island.
Ah, downstate.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Now, does that explain why I'm the way I am? Here, there, and here.
Krishnadas, please, one short question. You seem not to take this story of life too seriously. Is there something to share with us? This easiness
I take
of...
you very seriously. You scare the shit out of me. That's what I'm doing. Sorry. I told you Long Island, what can I do? Well, listen, if you don't have a sense of humor, you're not going to make it. And if you can't laugh at yourself, you really don't have a sense of humor, because all we do is screw up. And you can't take it too seriously, especially when you do it 400,000 times a day. You know, eventually you kind of say, okay, there he goes again. You know, And Maharaji was like that, because he saw us. He didn't try to change us. He led us into the room where love is, as we are, not because we became good little boys and girls. So eventually you kind of get with the program, like, oh, even though I think I'm a schmuck, he doesn't. So you can still think you're like a schmuck, but it doesn't really matter, does it? If he doesn't think that, it changes the way you see yourself, changes how you posture yourself as you go through life, But don't worry, I hide in the bathroom and cry enough, so it's okay. I take that very seriously.
Maybe that's the secret of a long journey, no?
Yeah, it seems that way.
So that is one up here.
Okay. We got a mic.
Okay, she's...
No, she's coming. Once she starts, she don't stop.
Hi.
Hi.
My question is regarding your meeting with Maharaji, but also with Ananda Ma.
Mm-hmm.
So I read somewhere that one of your songs is dedicated to her, or you used
One
to
of the songs
play
I stole from her, yeah. Absolutely.
Jaya Bhagavan.
Huh?
Is it Jaya Bhagavan?
Jay Bhagavan, yeah.
I used to listen to that a lot and feel her energy when I would listen to it in her presence. And I was just hoping if you could talk about meeting her and the story behind that.
Well, Ananda Ma, she's talking about Sri Ananda Ma, yes. Great woman saint. Her ashram was very Brahman ashram, a lot of rules and regulations, and Westerners aren't very good at that, so they didn't let us very close. They didn't like us very much. Not her, but the people. But when Maharaji would throw us out, which was quite often, in Vrindavan, she had an ashram just down the road, so we'd go see her. And then we'd go back and see him, and he'd say, "You went to see Ma? Did she feed you?" "No, I feed you." Like that. So, yeah, the truth is that I didn't feel, I was so put off by the scene, which is my problem, that even though she was extraordinarily beautiful, and we didn't have that much direct contact with her, but she was all about love. Totally, her name, Bliss Permeated Mother, that's it. She was always in bliss. It's extraordinary. So beautiful. One time in Benares, in Kashi, she has an ashram there, and we were walking up the steps, up to the ashram, and this sadhu was walking up also with a bucket of water. And I was learning Hindi at the time. I'm still learning Hindi at the time. So I was reading the letters on the bucket. Sri Anandamai Ashram. And he stopped and looked at me. And he poured the water out and went back to get fresh water from the Ganga. I had polluted it with my mind. I'm sorry, Ma. Sorry, Ma. That's the deal. That's what happened. So, but she was beyond that. She was complete. My Indian father, my great friend and teacher, Mr. K.C. Tiwari, was with Maharaji for 40 years. And he was with Maharaji the day that Anandamayi Ma and Maharaji met in this life. He said they looked at each other and totally cracked up. It was like, "This is what you look like now?" It was really funny, he said. Okay. Like that.
Maybe one more question. Right back there.
Yeah, it seems to me that babies that are born remember that they are pure love. What do you think about that?
What's that?
I didn't get that.
He's saying that babies that when they're born, they remember that they're pure love. What do you think
When a
about that?
baby is born, do you remember? Do you think he remembers his pure love?
You know, I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy. First of all, how do you know that they think they're pure love? You don't know that. Somebody might have said that. Who knows what a baby experiences? I don't remember what I experienced.
I think not knowing is a state of pure love. No.
Could be. But you sound like you know. Not like you don't know.
I would say I think. I would say I know. I think.
Yeah, I don't know. My understanding is that we don't come into this life like a clean slate. We already have karmas we bring in with us that bring us here, actually. And those karmas create the kind of body we have, the parents we have, the culture we're born into, pretty much everything. And it's our it's our job to learn from that and to free ourselves from the identification with the delusion of separate self. So I don't know what a baby experiences. I remember I had a lot of gas. Still do. I'm sorry?
That babies do evoke love in us.
Baby what?
Babies evoke love in us.
An attachment. Yeah, which is perfectly reasonable, it's no problem. But if a mother wasn't attached to her own child, then she would love all children exactly the same. That's unconditional love. We're attached to our families, our children, our parents, maybe even negatively. You never know. But unconditional love is the same for everyone.
True.
Yeah.
Every baby evoke love, not my baby.
Yeah. So when you look at your baby, you look at all babies exactly the same?
When I look at other babies, they evoke love.
Good.
Also.
Very good. Then I hope you see me as a baby.
I think that's the end of our questions for now, because we have another session coming up in about 10, 15 minutes. And I wanted to share two stories in my personal life, which showed me the power of love to release things that we're holding from long ago. Both of my stories begin long ago. So some years ago, I wrote a book, My Journey Through Time. And in one of the chapters of the book, I describe a birth in 17th century Kashi. And most of it is about my personal life at that time, and I'm coming into a relationship with Durga. I was the devotee of. And I mentioned at one point there was communal violence, and my husband and I were Hindus. We had to flee. And we had to leave Kashi for several years. We went to the Himalayas for pilgrimage. That's all I remembered. Now in the present, a few years ago, I was bringing my oldest son and his family to India. My son had been here a number of times, but it was the first time he was bringing his family, his children and wife. And he really wanted to go to the Ajanta Caves, which I had never been to. So we had a lot to see. My oldest grandson has deep connections with India. We went from the north to the south, and we didn't have time to go to the caves. So I said to my son, next time we'll go to the caves. So I got home, I began researching, how do you get to the caves? Well, you have to fly into a place from Mumbai, a place called Aurangabad. Now, when I saw that, I went haywire. And I remembered why I had to flee Kashi. It was the destruction of the Kashi Vishwanath temple. And in the recalling of that time, there was pain indescribable. I was back in 17th century India, reliving that time. Many of you may not know about Aurangzeb. He was the Hitler of that time. But there's a city named after him and a university named after him. So I was filled with pain and anger. This was 5 years ago, 4 years ago, and I didn't know what to do with it. So I made a plan. I was going to go to his grave, and I was going to do something which I won't share because I'm too embarrassed to say what I was going to do. But I was very serious about this. I found the hotel, I found the flights. I couldn't get rid of this pain, so I had to do something. What do you do with anger toward a man who died 300 years ago? I was talking to my friends about it. They didn't want to hear about Aurangzeb. There's enough going on in the world. Why do you have to talk about him? The only one who would listen to me was my grandson, who was egging me on. Yeah, Dina, go to the grave, do that. And so this was my plan, to go do that. And I sat myself down before I actually bought the tickets, and I said, Dina, are you really going to do this? Well, I don't know what else to do. You know, you could get arrested, and that doesn't look good for the Global Peace Initiative of Women. Maybe you should reconsider. I don't know how to get rid of this pain. I'm going to go have it out with him. So just as I was getting ready to go to the grave of Aurangzeb, I had a dream. It was a vision dream, one of those realistic dreams that was as real as this. And in the dream, I was standing in front of a broken temple. It was in ruins. The whole place was destroyed. And I just stood there looking at it. And a man came up to me and said, while you're here, why don't you go greet that old Sufi? There's an old Sufi sitting in the corner up there. I said, okay, I'll do that, okay? And I walked over the ruins. I came to a pitiful man crouching in a corner. He was dressed in rags. He looked really pitiful. And compassion awakened in me for this sight, this pitiful man. And I greeted him. And he looked up at me, and our eyes met. And I exclaimed, oh my God, that's Aurangzeb. And I woke up. My anger was gone. My pain was gone. I was filled with such love for the one who gave me that experience. I didn't have to go to the grave. I didn't have to risk arrest. I had the experience of having the Divine One lift that pain from my heart. And I can't say that I felt love for Aurangzeb, but the pain, the anger's gone. And what I felt in waking up was the universe is ultimate justice. My anger is not needed. There's nothing I need to do. Justice balances it all. Ram, Ram, Jai Sitaram. I was so flooded with love. The fact that the Divine One gave me the opportunity to see Aurangzeb on the inner plane and to free myself from a samskara from long ago. That's one story. I have another story. This story starts in Africa, but in the early 18th century. After the birth in Kashi, there was a birth in a village in Africa. Oh. Is that better? And most of the story is about my shaman teacher. But I was young, sort of, had children, but I was not an old woman. When there was a raid on the village, I resisted and was killed. And my son and younger sister were captured and taken away. I was dead, but I had to find them. So from the subtle plane, I went searching. And my shaman teacher had just taught me how to enter dreams. So I entered the dream of my son, and I found him on a ship. And I saw my sister, who was half dead. She was in a deplorable condition. And then I saw two men come and say, there are too many, we have to get rid of some. They took that sister, and they threw her in the ocean, even though she was still alive. And I saw this, and then I was whisked away, and I lost sight of the sister. Now, subsequently, I took birth in the American South and was able to find that son. And there's a beautiful story of who that son became. But the sister, I lost sight of. About 4 or 5 years ago, in this life, we were invited, my organization, the Global Peace Initiative of Women, was invited to Charleston, South Carolina, for a dialogue on racial healing. So we went down, we're about 7 or 8 of us, and we had this beautiful dialogue. And there was a pastor, a minister in his late 40s, who spoke so eloquently about healing the earth and racial healing and how they were tied together. And I made a mental note, this man is extraordinary. We have to keep track, we have to keep him in our network. We went home. Some months later, he was leading a class in his church, about 12 or 13 parishioners. A young white man came in with a machine gun, killed them all. This beautiful minister was killed, along with his students. The community was in shock, traumatized. So we were invited to go back. We went back, about 7 of us, and it was a very difficult dialogue. The black community said, we're tired of talking. There's nothing more to say. We're not interested in talking. Well, we sat there, and eventually it was talking, and it was a very stressful few days. But there was one young man in his 30s. He was a Baha'i, and he sat there the whole time in meditation. And at the end, he spoke eloquently, and I again made a note. This man I have to keep in our network. This man is extraordinary. No anger at all. And then at the end, he said, tomorrow is the day every year when we go to the sea and offer prayers for the Africans who died on the journey. I wasn't thinking of my own story. And he invited us to come. And I said, absolutely, we'll come. He was a beautiful man. It was a wonderful invitation. But a number of people in our group said, no, this is a private thing. We don't belong there. It will not be appropriate for us to go. I said, I'm going. So a few of us went, and it was very African feel. It was drumming, and there were beautiful ceremonies, throwing flowers into the sea. Someone gave me flowers, and I went to the sea, and I started offering flowers. I wasn't thinking of my own story. And suddenly, I see my dead sister. I see her image, and I feel her presence for the first time in 300 years. And I realized, this tremendous love and joy came over me for the one who brought me there to bring to conclusion something that had happened so many years ago. The fact that I happened to have been called to Charleston at the very time they were doing this ceremony showed me the divine hand in it. I wasn't even thinking, it was just nowhere in my mind that I had been called there for my own healing. I wasn't able to heal the community. There wasn't much we could do, but that brought to conclusion something that had been left undone for me. And so there was to me, it was an awakening of love that was very, very powerful because I was able to release it. I was able to release that sister. And I thought to myself after, where had I been hiding that pain? So many lifetimes had passed. You don't forget anything. You can't keep it in your mind because we go crazy, but nothing gets lost. Somewhere in my consciousness had been the fact that I had to find that sister again. I had to have an exchange of love with that sister and let her go. Let that memory go. Just release it. And that was the experience I had. Now, the end of the story is this, that beautiful young man was then killed, shot and killed a few months later. And so we have not been invited back to Charleston. We don't seem to have a good record there. All the wonderful people who come seem to die after we leave. But it was a beautiful moment and a personal healing. So the next session, we're going to go more deeply into this releasing some samskaras. Now, as you said, you release them and they come back unless they're released through love. We are all always working out our samskaras. The most powerful way I know is divine grace, because there was nothing I did I mean, of course, I was praying not to meet Aurangzeb, but to free myself from that pain. It was divine grace that gave me that experience. There was nothing that I did to call that sister to me from Africa. It was divine grace that gave me that moment of healing. So to me, it's divine grace that releases all of our past. Those are my two stories.
Wow. Thank you, Dina and Krishnadas. That was lovely. And I know that in remembering the stories of love, we are actually trying to conserve love in the manner of a living for an evolutionary drift, so that we never forget that love is the ultimate source. So thank you, you both, for those.
Do you want to say? Home. And we know what we're talking about. And then Dina shared about how there are samskaras and memories that come in the way of us remembering this love. Maybe I'll just wait for a couple of seconds for people to settle down or move. May I invite everyone to just settle down, and if people are feeling called, can we just take a breath in again and bring your attention to your breath? Can we get in touch with our silence again? Thank you so much for settling in again. As Dina mentioned, that there are samskaras that come in the way of remembering who we are, what I am, our purpose. While certain meditation processes and practices and reflective does help us to release these mental imprints stored in our unconscious, the accumulation of thought and behavioral patterns of the past across several lifetimes. Samskaras sometimes in the modern times are viewed as shadows that just lie beneath our conscious mind. It is difficult to progress on the spiritual path without doing this work, without working with our shadows. Sometimes the process of deep meditation just serves to stir these subtle tendencies. It's a lot more complex than the collective karma. And they can take many shapes, many forms, and many expressions. So today is a dialogue between Professor Shilpa Ashok Pandit, a researcher and a psychologist in the space, and Laila Ashan. Did I get it right? Achan? Yeah. Therapist and a staff counselor in the Middle East and North Africa UNICEF Palestine. Step up. Step up.
Why?
Because chairs to be recorded. People need to see it. Is that okay?
Yeah, so shall we start? Laila will just play on the flute a little bit. We'll listen to that, and then we will get on to what we have to do.
Hello? Can you hear me? Let's hear the hello. Hello? Hello? No, not everybody helloed me. Hello?
Hello.
I'm gonna do a little game with you, like I do with children sometimes, because I think we've been sitting and listening a lot, but I'm gonna make a deal with you. People in the back, can you hear? Yeah. So the deal is, what? Wait a moment. That here, let me touch it to see. Okay. I'm going to just play a game with you, but I'm going to have to make a deal. So, when I say go, I'm going to start playing my little recorder, and I want you to move in the room quietly. Just move, and when I play fast, you move fast. When I play slow, you move slow, and then when I stop, you just freeze. Deal? So when I say stop, back to the seats, we come back. So we'll have 2 minutes of anarchy. Agreed? Okay, before I do, because as you know or might know, I'm blind, right? So we're going to have to communicate verbally. How many of you here were in my workshop 2-3 days ago? Just say yes. Yes. How many were not? Perfect. Good. Okay, so the deal is I'm going to start playing the flute. You're going to get off your seats and just move with the music. If it's fast. If it's slow. Go. Freeze. Okay. So when you move, don't be attached to the person next to you. Move like you're just an independent star, alone. Yeah? Let's try one more time. That's it. We can go back, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks. How does it feel? Good. No matter how big conferences are, I think it's really important to have playfulness in between. Because the minute we lose the child within us, we become a bit boring. I like what Osho said, that a serious soul is a sick soul. So I hope we're not sick souls, yeah? Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Laila, for that. I was just thinking that's a great start to what we're going to discuss, because there are two things that you could have noticed. One, that you have a pattern in the way you will move, and there'll be a pattern in the way you stop. Right? And all of these patterns have to do with exactly what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about samskaras and vasanas. And there are parallel words, I think, in Western psychology, which is conditioning. And Jung has introduced a word called shadow. And all of these words are used in so many different ways. And nowadays, you go to see a friend and he pulls out a tarot card, and he takes it and puts it this way and says, "Oh, that's your shadow for today." Yeah, and I remember poor Jung spent a couple of years digging up his house. He went through a pretty difficult time for a couple of years before he discovered what the word shadow means. But now it's just on the other side of a tarot card. So I think we need to understand these terms a lot more. And also, the more intentionally we get into spiritual work, the more important it becomes for us to own up to our shadows and look at it carefully. Because if we don't, we just project it all over. And since we are God's creatures and God loves us, we feel we've got the right to throw this crap at people. So it's a very important thing to look at. So I'll hand it over to Shilpa ji first to tell us about these keywords, because it's coming up again and again. Samskaras and vasanas. What do they mean? Right? And then we'll go into conditioning. We'll ask Laila to share, and then we'll go back and forth.
So namaskar, thank you for this wonderful gathering of seekers. So I'll first try to kind of open up with a few remarks on these keywords in psychology, and then probably we can take it forward. We can take it forward and look at karma, samskar and vasana. Sometimes what happens is, because we are so used to these words, we tend to take them for granted. Or we tend to think that we know it. We know it all. Because we know it since we have been growing up in this community or culture or whatever. Or we know this language, so we know it means. So the first thing that I would like us to think is that to know a word and to go through it are two different, qualitatively different ways of experiencing. So everything that we are doing is creating everything that we experience through five senses. And those five senses and the body, as she very wonderfully showed us, constitute the first aspect of experience. We see minute by minute, and so on. We hear, we are aware of it consciously and not consciously. So, before even we go into the unpleasant or denied aspects which are implied in shadow, for every experience that we are having it through all the five senses and the mind, but we are only aware of one or two. We are not always consciously aware of all. And then the next level question comes that what is that we repress or we deny, as Jung said. So that becomes then the shadow, which is a non-conscious aspect of our. That is a non-conscious. Okay, rock star. So that's the non-conscious aspects of our experience. But since we all are constantly moving around in this body and mind and the five senses, we are constantly experiencing. And most of that experience is not acknowledged, even if it is pleasant or it is unpleasant. Right? So when we come to samskara is that all of that experience, all of it, absolutely all of it, whether pleasant or unpleasant, only thing, some of it you acknowledge, some of it you just let it be. For example, so many things that we are right now not even aware of. J. Krishnamurti, whenever you read his books, for example, he would always start, can you hear the sounds of the birds chirping? And most of us are actually, that sound is available to us, but we are not even acknowledging it, right? So there are lots of questions about why is it that we are not able to acknowledge everything choicelessly. That apart, that is samskara. And the unpleasant aspects of it, which are not acknowledged very broadly, would be understood as our shadow. So if we Jung talked about the wholeness of us. And the wholeness of us must mean that we acknowledge that shadow. I think that should be okay for a start, yes. Yeah.
Laila, it's your turn now.
What shall I speak about?
Maybe you can start with what you made us do the other day.
Yeah.
What? Of the exercise we did the other day. You can just, where you ask people to talk about what they remembered from their childhood, conditioning.
Yeah. So my style usually is really participatory, and I like engaging people. And I know we have a short time, but I'll find a way to engage you. I feel it's more powerful. I just want to share with you, if when I think of conditioning, who I am. I'm a therapist from Palestine, and being Palestinian and being blind and being a wild woman in a conservative society has always given me extra homework for connecting with people, because the immediate thing is someone will judge. If I'm on an Israeli checkpoint being Palestinian, when I say, can I stay on the bus because I'm blind, they're like, no, you're a liar. If I go and I was in Yemen and I dressed in a way where every woman was covered, I was told something. And so it's a constant. I say when you're blind, when you're different, you spend your life being a humble educator. And I think throughout life, I'm learning slowly to be a calm, humble educator, especially in the situation that we're living now in Palestine, which is it's a very sad reality. Anyhow, so I'll come back to conditioning. I think we as individuals are conditioned because we internalize messages. I shared with the group I did work with last time, and I would like to ask of you to be humble and to share with the person next to you. Just speak about messages you had about yourself, or messages that your parents, your caretakers, your environment tried to install in you as children. Because I think many of our problems today are because of this individual conditioning as collective conditioning. Like the media, for any politician to win, has to spread so much fear and probably reinforce it with incidences to prove that they're right and create a big national dependency on them. And it's in many countries, for example. But this is a big story. Let's go back to the individual. And if you can share for 4 minutes with the neighbor next to you, just what messages did you get? For example, me being blind, I felt often like, my mom was not happy. Bless her soul, she left us 7-8 months ago. She wasn't happy. She was worried about what will happen to me in the future. I have 2 other blind siblings. And sometimes I would be told, behave like, respect yourself as a girl. Don't raise your voice. When you laugh, don't laugh too loud. I heard these things. Or no, you cannot. Being blind, I heard so many messages of what I can't. And as I was telling them in the other group, the minute I was told what I can't, I would go experiment to prove myself right, because I knew who I am. In all cases, take 4 minutes to just go back to yourselves. Somebody told me, was it you, Jules? He said when I did the workshop, you gave us access to ourselves. Let's have access to ourselves and share with the neighbor messages that were given to us. And I'll be back in 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, we have to say. We have to say the messages.
Time for two of you. Time for two of you.
Yeah. That's great.
I want to engage people because they've been
Listening all the time.
That's quiet.
Yeah.
Can you, you see, this is the beginning of a conversation. Now you know each other a little bit more, no? You're not sitting just next to a physical body. Now you're sitting to a person, next to a person. So can you just say in very simple 1 or 2, 3 words, how was the experience? And whoever wants to speak, just say your name and jump in without permission. So if your name is Kuku, just say Kuku and say it. How was it?
Great.
Great?
Yeah.
Yes? Anyone else? Fear came up, huh? Right, right. Anyone else?
Yeah, my name is Yoni. I'm from Romania. I was born in a conservative society in 1980. And now taking out this in 2 minutes, it was something liberating.
Beautiful.
I would have a long story, but here in 2 minutes I took it out and it was beautiful. Thank you.
Multimisk. Great. And let's take 2 more people. First come, first serve. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Speak.
The differences between a different culture, different part of the society, and then we laughed at it. Conditioning we were undergoing, now we laughed at it, very nice.
Great. Great.
Between culture, different people, different north and south.
Yes.
male,
Yes.
female, conditioning.
Yes. And? Nice. How nice. Maybe someone from the back or someone. Is someone reluctant to speak or you think it's not too smart? Just say it. You know, in high school, I often was reluctant to speak, especially being blind. And I thought, I'm not sure if I'm going to sound stupid or what.
And I felt like it was like opening a Pandora's box.
Yeah.
Like lots of things that we don't remember or we do, but it was coming out of, yeah. It is the story.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm Jews, and I was not finding anything to say.
Because you're a jewel. You're just a pure jewel. Okay. Can we have only 2 minutes quickly? But before you start speaking, just be quiet and think, how do you think these messages influence my being in this world? How did it influence my communicating? Who do I dare to speak to? Who do I isolate? What do I bring to settings I enter? Do I bring anger, fear, hope? Whatever it is, what do I bring? And do I avoid certain people because of my conditioning? I want to share with you a quick story. So being Palestinian, when I first went to the States, I'm not going to tell you one because I don't want to reveal my age, apparently. I went and I wanted to volunteer for prisoners in New Jersey. And I was insulted because the state of New Jersey gave me an ESL teacher, English as a second language. And I came back and said, Wendy, I met this great woman. The interview went great, even though she's Jewish, but she was really great. She said, no, that's not the first Jewish person who you met who's nice. I said, no, it's not. Don't tell me you are one. And she said, yes, I am. Until now, Wendy and I are sisters. And I was so embarrassed. I told her, Wendy, forgive me, coming out of Palestine, the only Jews I ever knew were soldiers. So it's really refreshing to see that you're not a soldier and you're a good Jew. So till now, yesterday, we were talking, sharing my experience here. So anyway, it's good to just reflect on how are you in the world, how do these messages, how did they affect you, etc. Just forgive me 2 minutes, but I know you'll have other time to continue this conversation. It's just breaking the barrier.
What question?
share or just?
Yeah, to share to the same
Just
people
share.
you were sharing the messages, just share how did it affect your being in the world? Or in any setting you come to. What do you bring?
So what does your clumsiness bring? How's the So I think my clumsiness was great.
I love it.
I used to fall. Basically, I was physically very clumsy. Like I used to, so after some time it went off. But even now I'm clumsy in a way. Like me and my sister used to go to school, and I used to walk.
I'm being nagged to hello. Oh God, they're not.
Hello.
You're happy to continue, I know. Now we give you a subject to continue when you leave to this room. Do we have new voices to just share with us? Was there a new awareness from sharing how did these messages affect my being in the world? A quick kick. Let's see how honest we can be with each other. Anyone, but I like to hear new voices.
Yes, please.
Thanks. That's how good it was. Okay.
No, the child fell down. The child fell down.
Any reflections?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
My name is Messe, and my mother is very scrupulous with the food and didn't like almost nothing. And then I have something of this. It's true that when I go out of home and I have my life, I began to eat many things that we didn't eat at home. But nowadays, still when I see something that I have never eaten, if don't enter for my eyes, I see it and I say, no, I don't taste it. Ya.
¿Tú hablas español?
Sí.
¿De dónde?
Barcelona.
Ah, muy bien. Okay, anyone else? Let's take two more sharings.
Speak, otherwise we taking too much time.
Uma.
Yes.
Yeah.
I noticed that basically this childhood sentences which has been given to me has been the blueprint of all my work. And it is now that in reflection I'm looking at that I'm not even aware of it, and I do everything to justify something or balance in me what I heard long time ago.
We give a chance for last person for now. Yeah. Two people.
Yeah,
One,
there are two people.
a woman and a man. Okay. Sound.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Ankush, and I was talking with Devasmita, and we were talking about fears. And I was telling her my fears, and like she was like, "Oh, you're a big boy. This is nothing to fear about." And the way, the confidence that she spoke was like, even when I was speaking about it, I felt like, yeah, what is this fear? Like, it was nothing. So this is something like, different mindset maybe. So which is something good.
Thank you. And a lady here, I think, to the left.
Hi, I'm Chabi. So what I realized was when I was a child, I would just pick up any musical instrument, be able to play it. I used to be into art quite early, but I come from a family of scientists, engineers, overly highly qualified academicians. Sorry. So I was always looked at, very good, but then go back to study, sort of. So till now, I feel it very difficult to identify myself. I hesitate calling myself a singer or a musician or an artist. It's so deep conditioning that I've been working on it. I'm also an engineer, an MBA, all that, but I quit last year and I've been on a break. And now if anyone asks me, what are you doing? I am proud to say that I'm able to say I'm an artist, I'm exploring, and I don't relate with those labels of engineering, business consultancy, all that anymore.
Great. Can you imagine life without beauty? This is how life is without arts. So in 2 minutes, I'm going to give Shilpa the mic. But I've been hearing all the past 3 days about spirituality and beautiful concepts. But I think we have to remember, to reach to a spiritual level, we have to address the heart, our emotions, these hidden emotions, and we have to think of our bodies and use the head, and this will bring us to a high spiritual level. If we don't deal with these feelings, I don't think there's any bad feelings. I've heard the word bad feelings today. There isn't a bad feeling. It's a feeling. We need to address it, whether it's anger, love, fear, sadness, frustration, compassion, whatever it is. If we don't shake it and address it, we cannot reach a proper spiritual level. That's why, as Krishna Das was saying, even in the ashram, people didn't like each other. In a place like here, there's a lot of beauty and a lot of egoistic fights. And without really addressing the difficult part of our feelings, we can not go to a spiritual level. So that's what I tell you. And thank you for sharing for now. And you have it, Shilpa.
Thank you. So what do I do? Okay. So I think what Laila has done is absolutely wonderful. I'm inspired because we think through our bodies as well. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why when we use our body usefully, which is what we did the first time, which she tried to get us to do, we think, and neuroscience now says that there is a perceptual motor coupling. So the perception and the motor action goes together. So one way to deal with it is through perception, but the perception means visual, auditory, touch, and smell, etc. But the other way, the opposite way, is to start with the body and then, so it is coupled. So that would be my first reflection on what she wonderfully did. The second part that she got us to do was to talk, which was great. But and she made this wonderful point, which I totally agree, that we start by talking with each other, but then we start having a conversations with ourselves. And finally, I was actually looking at all of us and saying, is it possible for us to stay with each other in silence? Because that is something which shows a sense of having addressed all the feelings. So we see that in long-term friends, for example, or in people who know each other very well, and they have lived with each other's feelings. You will see that they are able to sit with each other silently, without having to always talk. And I think one pair did say that they kind of laughed at the differences, and that's a great point, because then after laughter comes silence, a good silence, a quiet silence. So that's the second wonderful, inspiring thing that Laila did. And the final point that she said, which relates to you as well as you, Uma, was this point about what we have heard from our childhood. What we have heard from our childhoods and how they become like the defining moments of our life. So after having this conversation with ourselves, the question that comes to my mind is that, is it possible for me to even look at those comments from others and let there be silence between me and my past self, in that good quality silence that I'm saying, that wonderful silence that I'm having? What happens to most of us is that when this idea comes from the past, we respond, react, fight, go everywhere, and then try to hide, basically, sometimes try to attack, and so on, which is what we practically do with our bodies as well. Like we call people, we go for shopping. Lots of people do a lot of things which they do to kind of not have a conversation with that past. So first thing I would think is, if we are able to have a conversation with that past and then come to a level of quiet silence. So that's what my reflection. Now, Laila, you have to give some more activities, if we can do that. Is it okay?
You want more activities?
Yes? No?
Will you speak also? Yeah, we want to hear.
Okay, fine. Then, so the fourth point, and after that I'm going to stop here, is the role of memory, which she was implicating all the time. That whatever we are experiencing now, in a kind of an automatic sense, is getting recorded and memorized by us. In neuroscience, a lot of people, about 50 years back, psychology and neuroscience were fairly unadvanced, and they would say that memory is something that you measure by recall, etc. Right? You have memory tests. Do you remember when India achieved its independence, etc., etc.? Now we know that memory is in the architecture of the brain, and is the architecture of is in the body itself. So what happens is, when you do an action, and I remember just now Dina was talking about an experience, right? And how it triggered a particular memory and thereafter a particular closure, right? So memory then is part of not only the architecture of the brain, but also part of everyday things that we do. It becomes a part of our body-mind. So the point about samskara, coming to that point, was that samskara is all the senses and the body and the movement of the body, the inner awareness, and whatever has happened. Events come quite later, right? The fact that one is breathing, the fact that one is aware, these are also the things which are not major events. What we call in Sanskrit is anubhuti. Anubhuti is a little more subtler than anubhava. Anubhava is like something happened to you, right? But anubhuti is what was it happening through and through, right? So that anubhuti is also part of our samskara. So when somebody says, Are tu to lallu hai. So what is the anubhuti? Are tu to lallu hai in Hindi would mean, oh, you are such a fool, See, what would you feel in that? In that, what is the anubhuti in that? It's of affection, isn't it? So you're actually feeling that, that's the samskara, as much as the actual words, Are tu to lallu hai. So the tone, the pitch, the words that we use, the specific experience of that. In past, if you were called lallu out of love and affection, then all of it is captured in the brain body, and that becomes a part of our samskar. But in yoga, I'm now going to hand it over to Raghu. Yoga has a much more deeper understanding of samskara and how does one release those samskar and vasana and karma. So I'll hand it over to you. Just one last point about vasana. Like right now, if we just were to close our eyes and think of, let's take a pleasant maybe memory. Think of a black forest cake. Can you just close your eyes and you can actually feel it? Right? That is vasana. You experience that black forest cake or that pani puri or that feel of a silk cloth on your body or that sunlight coming on your body. You know, the warmth of that sunlight now, January, February. If you have lived in north of India, people at around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, you know, they get out, they sit and there's a word for it, dhoop senkna, which means they just soak in the sun. That's a samskara. So, of course, we are talking about trauma and samskara, which psychologists typically talk about, but the purpose of my conversation here is that everything that one experiences is a samskara. Everything. The intensity increases, in fact, if one meditates, because one becomes more aware, so one soaks in more. And he said something about, ego and politics and so on. It happens more because the awareness is more. But that doesn't mean it should continue. It means that then it has to be sorted out with that same energy. That was just a comment on this point. So that's vasana. So now we can actually close our eyes and say, and that vasana will get triggered. And that's memory in neuroscience and psychology of the lunch that we had. Probably we had sambar here. Probably, I don't know. Probably we had some rice here, the texture of that rice, that particular texture of that rice, the particular flavor of water. A lot of us, remember and we talk with each other that this river water is very, very sweet. A lot of people from Coimbatore say that their water is very sweet. Yeah. So feel that flavor of water. Then there are places where water is salty. Right? And then you try to remove that kshara. So we can trigger these vasanas right here simply by using these words and just closing our eyes and seeing that. That vasana will come up. And these are sensory aspects that I'm talking. The intense, more deeper vasanas will definitely come up. At that point, I'm asking Raghu. Yes, please.
Usually the samskara is something of the past which pulls you a little bit, means you are not free, because samskara is something which can guide you if it is something positive and good.
Correct.
But samskara can be also that pulls you.
Yes.
You want to free from those samskaras.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I think that's a wonderful point. So now you go to now I ask another question. I don't know. We have to think and find if there is an answer to this. Now I have to say, I'm saying this to myself. Do I separate good samskaras and bad samskaras? Or in one clear shot say, all samskaras are binding me into a particular fixity of experience. So there is a tendency to favor happy samskaras. That's why, so the idea of pani puri, or what is black forest cake. You feel good about remembering it, by the way. You feel great about remembering it. But it makes you go to the bakery and buy once again. Or not that, then you will get up, open your cookbook, or if not, if you're a great baker, start mixing all-purpose flour with milkmaid and baking a cake. So what it does is, even if it's a positive memory, it is still binding you. If so, then so is true for a memory which you have interpreted or I have interpreted as a painful memory or a unpleasant memory. Both are binding me in a way. They're compelling me to bake a cake. They're compelling me to go to the market and eat pani puri. They're compelling me in a way, not so intensely maybe, is, let's say in case of pani puri, but sometimes it can happen. Say I'm an elderly person and I might think to myself, who knows what happens tomorrow? I must go now and eat pani puri. I can say that, right? Right? And I'm not saying it's illegitimate or wrong, but the fact is that it is still not freeing me. It is not still not freeing my consciousness, right? So that's the reflection on what you just said.
Laila, I'm going to ask you to take another step. People want to hear you speak also, yeah?
Yes.
So how would you take forward what Shilpaji is saying? How do you free yourself from conditioning? Can you share with us some ideas about how you would you'd free yourself from conditioning?
Man, I'm a hostage to so many passions. Who am I to say? So I think it's a difficult job. However, I think the more we know ourselves and we work with someone or with ourselves to be content with ourselves, the less addictive or driven we are behind, whether it's pleasureful addictions or the opposite addictions, right? It's not easy. Like, I'm surprised actually when she said Black Forest. Usually I would drool, but I didn't this time. So I think being here is making me aware of not being very addictive to my addictions, right? I think the more we share, my conditioning that we need to let go, the more we share and challenge it. For example, in one interview, I shared something, it's actually on YouTube, but I will share it with you, how we actually break conditioning. When I finished my BA degree in Birzeit University, a Palestinian university, I didn't want to study, when I finished my high school, I wanted to go to the States right away, like many young people. And my visa wasn't there, and I told the people who offered me a scholarship to go, I said, no, I don't want to go. And then I found that it's almost, the semester is almost starting and my visa is not here, so what do I do? So I decided to go to my neighbors was the president of the university and his wife was the registry person. But my mom put so many barriers in us with other people, right? I was very reluctant to speak to other people other than the family. So I remember walking with a brave relative of mine, who I don't know where she is now, and we agreed that I'm going to go ring the bell of Dr. Gabby's house. And it took us 3 times to get to the bell, and I didn't dare. I was really worried about my mom scolding me, talking about challenging conditioning, right? And then finally, Ikram, my relative, just pushed the bell, and we went in. And I said, listen, I know I'm late for applying, and I also know that my grades are not the highest, but I'm interested in studying in Birzeit. If there's a chance, tell me to come tomorrow. If there isn't a chance, tell me to fuck off. Sorry, but this is what I almost said. So she said, okay, tomorrow morning you come to the university. But I'm telling you this example because, there's a monster in us to what we're used to that is always resisting to face and to challenge. And that facing that monster was a break in my life, I have to say. So I think it takes a bit of practice and going out of comfort zone or what you were told. And I'm not that wise to give you all the answers, but I can tell you from experience.
Can we just one more little thing and then we'll get to the...
Yeah, somebody wants to say?
I think it's very important to be clear that when we have a memory, it can be incredibly expensive. If you have a memory which has been shaped by pure love. As soon as you have that memory, the heart's enlivened and you feel what love is, connectedness.
Yeah.
At the heart of the journey, and it's so beautifully described in simple terms by Maharishi Patanjali, all our troubles are vidya. We're not seeing things the way they are.
Yeah.
And as a result, there's a sense of separateness, asmita, separateness. The whole human journey is the journey to awaken connectedness. That's what yoga is, connectedness. And anytime we awaken a memory of love, in fact, so many spiritual practices, that's what they're trying to do. We feel expansiveness.
Yeah.
So it's the words negative and positive can be very unhelpful at times. There's expansiveness. Anything that helps us feel connected is what we want.
Right.
Anything that helps us feel disconnected, disconnection is fear.
Yes.
We don't want that. So
What
I think
is
this
your
is a
name?
very important thing.
Yeah.
No, that's
What's your
really
name?
So, well, I'm known as Kiran or Rishi Kiz.
I think that's why I use comfortable or uncomfortable memories.
Huh.
That's why I think it's good to face the uncomfortable ones to see where they come from and challenge them a bit in a loving way, right?
Yes, yes.
That's
Yeah,
when you're at home in the universe, like when you have identified with your essence, you're at home with everything. Someone's criticizing it, that's okay. You're just open. In fact, I think very useful terminology for the journey, we go from being more close to being more open. That's it. Whatever experience arises, it's life, it's that divine energy, and we're just open.
I think that's great.
That's the key.
Thank you. So can I make 2-3 points? So first point that I really appreciate, and it made a lot of sense listening to Laila, was to be fearless. I think that is such a wonderful thing. And the second thing that I liked, which I really appreciated from your first point, was a memory of a memory of great unconditional love. Now that sometimes can happen. Sometimes, as a psychologist, a lot of people sometimes also have a great memory or an experience of awe, for example. So what happens then is that they somehow don't seem to be self-focused at that point of time, and they feel a great sense of vastness. A lot of people say that as well. So I think these 3 strategies are wonderful about memory. Now, the second point that you mentioned, I would just like to add that after a particular point of time, one need not remain into the relation. So what are people saying and how am I responding to it? More than that, it would be expansion could be understood also in the sense of, am I observing the observation itself? That's called metacognition in psychology. But basically in meditation, I'm saying, can we come to a place where I'm not looking at how I am responding, even mentally, with all the mental dramas that we may or may not have, but how is that mental process going on? Then I think we have got it a little more expansive, because expansion and connection sometimes can be misunderstood. Like, for example, a person may stay, in a jungle and not meet people, let's say. So what would we think of this person? But in their mind, they may be having a great sense of affection and goodwill or karuna and, mudita, the 4 principles that we see in Yoga Sutras. So that's one example. So how does one define expansion? And how does it become more and more subtler for us, really? Because if we stop at one point and say, I'm able to accept and understand, and I'm able to do this, then one has stopped that refinement, is what I would like us to consider.
is our nature, it's unbound and aware. That's our nature. The mind,
Yeah.
in fact, the whole journey is just letting go of your mind.
Yeah.
Identifying with your
You can
essence,
have
which
mine.
is love.
Yeah.
And then that love will express through what we call the mind.
Yeah,
But when
true.
we're identified with the mind, like basically we're identified with
True,
thoughts,
true. But the fact that we
life is
speak
going to
so
be
is also the
philosophical.
mind. You know?
Sorry?
The fact that we speak the fact that we speak so is also the mind. So it's becoming very subtle now. And I mean, that's what I'm a student. So this is what I think. I mean, I would like to look at everything twice, thrice, 4 times, test it before I conclude on things that I have read. So I mean, that's because I'm a student. So I would like to think of it. I would like to see what is the truth of that. So I don't know. To me, it is not so easy. Although Patanjali's Yoga Sutra does say that. But Patanjali and I are different people. I'm
But
sorry.
it says that after a long while of watching. Yeah, Viveka Khyati Aviplava Hanopaya.
Yeah, yes.
So I have
But
to really watch. And
Patanjali is a person I respect. I am there here. And Patanjali was his. So I have to find it for myself, test it 20 times and be confirmed about it, that it is so. And then I can say, yeah, okay, that is some milestone I have reached. I mean, that's what I feel.
then you wouldn't be there to say anything.
Probably. True. True. So, in Yoga Taravali, for example, our Raghu's teacher wrote a textbook on Yoga Taravali, which is ascribed to Adi Shankara. I have read that book. And I have read the descriptions about Mana Unmana and Mano Unmana. But I don't know what it is, really. As of now, I don't know what it is. So I would be cautious because it's such an important process for me. You don't want to get lost. That's a real consequence of it.
And the most challenging experience for people, when you've got very good intellect, it's a lot easier to get lost.
Sorry?
When you're very intellectual,
I couldn't.
There are gifts. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So when you're someone who by nature is very intellectual, there's so many gifts in that, but there's a shadow side to it where you can get so lost in your thoughts. That's the reality. People who are simpler on some level.
There's a shadow.
Okay, so
completely losing the plot because samskaras and the other point is nowhere over here right now.
It is. I'll tell you how it is.
Because first of all, I'm sorry I came out like this.
No, sure, please.
Because first of all, what I think of samskaras or what I've been taught about samskaras
Yes.
is something which is challenged very strongly and hence I would come out strongly as well. Samskaras are not everything that I do.
Okay.
That cannot happen because I cannot just pull out my shirt and roam around like that. That is not. Samskaras are specific processes that are being done on the mind so that the people in society can live peacefully with a particular set of principles that can take you forward spiritually.
Just a moment,
So
sir.
I can answer.
So how can
You
everything
please
that
answer,
you do
please.
become
Yeah.
sanskara?
Yeah.
And
Wait a
it
minute,
did not
wait a
touch
minute.
upon anything that was vasana.
Wait a minute, sir.
Yeah.
The word samskara in Sanskrit is used in two different ways.
2 ways.
Okay. What Shilpa ji was talking about is the way in which it is used to talk about conditioning of the mind. Now, because this conditioning is ongoing and possible in the Hindu system, and I think the Buddhist system also, they've tried to create ways by which at every critical transition in a person's life, like for example, you have the 16 transitions from the time of conception till your death. So they are hoping to create at each critical turning point some ways by which you can instill habits
Yeah.
which will take you in the positive direction. That's another use of the word samskara.
Correct. Yeah.
And the underlying principle of both are the same. There is a physical component. You don't do a samskara just like that. The child has to be ready. Yeah? For example, you don't do the upanayana just at any time. The boy is 5, 6 and anything. The child has to start asking questions about outside the home. So then you know that the child's mind has started identifying something as something inside the home and something outside the home. And then you have a social event which has a strong psychological component. Like it's a very dramatic thing, right? So the body, the psyche, and society try to come together. But, wait a minute. Wait. But the body, the mind, and society are coming together all the time to give you samskaras of a completely different kind. So these then become, in my mind, frail human attempts to stop the reality of how we're getting conditioned. So you have to understand both.
Yeah.
Aren't this also being conditioned?
Pardon?
Aren't we even being conditioned right now?
If you are engaging with us with a certain intensity, you will get conditioned. And I'm hoping it's a positive conditioning.
So this is what I'm trying to say. See, sanskaras are me sitting over here, I don't know how it is a sanskara. They have to be very special processes with a particular intensity.
No, sir, I think you're misunderstanding the word samskara. So, yes, Madhuji.
I think you need a conversation with Rasul later. What's your name? Somebody wants to say.
No, that's the one.
Please.
Okay. Now the word samskara
has two very specific meanings. One is linked with life cycle rituals, 60, and which were followed, and it comes out in the Dharma Shastra. The other word is it's a memory chip that you carry from life, each karmic life. Okay? So that memory chip you can change. Now, according to the Abhinav Gupta tradition, we have 3 types of karmas. Sanchit karma, agami karma, and prarabdha karma. And it's clearly stated, prarabdham na shodhyet. Prarabdham is what you've accumulated and you have to go through. So that part, that memory chip, you have to go through. Even your guru cannot erase it. So in other words, that you carry certain conditionings, certain memories of places, persons, spirituality, non-spirituality, it could be anything, certain talents that you carry, and some of them can be very, very negative. So I think that today's discourse is how you decondition them to come on the path of spirituality. I think.
Can I just add something to what Madhuji is saying?
Yeah. So the word sanskara that you're talking about is really linked with the Shodash sanskara, or 16 life cycle rituals, which are different from what is being discussed. Although they may be a part.
Yeah, just one small thing so everybody is clear about this. My teacher, Krishnamacharya, has very clearly said that you're born with some samskaras, like Madhuji was saying, but it's only at the age of 5 when you start being able to identify who I am. I mean, when you know that your name actually means something inside your identity, your asmita is actually starting to form, that your prarabdha karma congeals, it just coalesces into you, right? Which very clearly means that all the social conditioning, there are so many stories about it, about right from the time of conception, what the mother eats, where the mother is and what she's listening to, everything leaves a mark in the body. So samskara is not a simple term, it's a very complex term. Yeah, so don't get caught only with one meaning of the word samskara. This is also samskara. And you try and instill certain habits. Actually, if you go into the into the Vedic ritual, it's not a ritual at all. You're actually told how you can deal with the samskaras you have accumulated till then, so that you don't carry that forward into the next stage of your body-mind complex life.
Hello, everyone. So, wondering how to heal our sankaras and how to clear our stock of sankaras in the life comes to me that the Buddha has a very, very interesting point on this matter that we might not have discussed yet. I'm not a specialist of Buddhism, but from my understanding, the Buddha is teaching us to observe our sensations at the body level, and this observation with an equanimous mind clears out our stock of sankaras. Yeah. And this is a practice that we are doing by meditation, and from my own experience, I see that it is working. I sit, observe my sensations at the body level, and my sankaras get cleared. It's obvious. I experience it every day, but I don't know how it works. I do it and it works. Maybe as a researcher in neuroscience, you have some clues how this process is working. Why? Just by putting my awareness on my body, on my sensation, and keeping a calm mind, an equanimous mind, I free myself. I wonder.
That's a practice in Yoga Sutras and in yoga also. That's what I referred to. It's called Viveka Khyati, where you observe at every level your sensations, your emotions, and all of that, and go down to the seed. So when you watch it really subtly, you burn the seeds. And a lot of what Dina was saying is very interesting, because in the yogic thing, when the seed burns, when the final seed is ended, I'm sure it's the same in Buddhist thought also, you have a memory of when it was created. Yeah, and you can sense that. If you really work with yourself, you can sense your conditioning that happened when you were conceived, what happened in the womb, what happened at the time of birth, and so on. It's not so distant.
Ideally, we train our children from a very young age. Anytime they have a strong feeling, emotion, they're present to the sensation in the body. When we're babies, that's automatic. It doesn't take very long before thinking mind takes over. So as soon as you have a strong painful experience, instead of being present to the sensation where the power of awareness heals it, what happens? Mind runs a story, and then that experience, that painful experience, is not dissolved, and that becomes a building block, a very unhelpful pattern in our psyche. That's how it works. When you train people to be very present to emotion, because most of us are trained to think emotions, not feel them. It's a huge thing. That is one of the most profound gifts. So in a lot of practices, this is something that students are trained to do, to be present to sensation. We want to really teach all our kids from the youngest stage to feel emotion. Any pain, you feel it, you're present to it. And then you don't accumulate the pain. And that means your mind doesn't create these very unhelpful patterns.
Yeah, shall we?
So we have another 5 minutes.
Or shall we wrap up?
Yeah, another 5 minutes. So if we can wrap up the...
Yeah. Laila would like to have the poem.
There is a poem.
Yeah, you have a question?
She just wants one question and we can...
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Laila, we keep it ready.
What?
You have kept it ready.
Yeah, the poem is ready.
Is it ready?
Yes.
Do you have a speaker? What? Jules?
Yes. Yeah,
Do you have a speaker?
You want a speaker or do you want to play the song?
No, I want to play it, but I want people to hear it properly, or maybe against the microphone. But somebody has a question, right?
Yes.
Come over the
system.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Devlina, and I think my question can be to all three of you. It's more centered around healing and a very practical way of responding to psychotherapy, for example. So, say I have a narrative. We talked about conditioning, right? So there is a narrative about a person or about an incident which stays with me that then shapes and gets into my adult personality. That's how I perceive the world. That's how I start behaving. That's how I become. And for example, it's time for me to, kind of reverse it because it's not working in my favor. Now, by the very virtue of me not remembering pleasant memories, vasanas that ma'am you spoke about, right? But if I'm increasingly turning towards, say, those negative narratives, and so at that point of time, there is no way for me to generate love or acceptance towards that person or that incident in order to heal. So from an healing perspective, if I'm looking within, I'm finding answers, that's not happening either, because I'm also getting down that spiral of that negative thought process. So I think again, it's mostly got to do with breaking, because everywhere I turn to, there's only negativity. Now, when a person gets to that kind of stage, I'm talking about a situation, what does a person do? And in that, kind of a healing journey, then, how does yoga and how does meditation really equip as a healing, I don't know, yeah.
नहीं हो रहा है अच्छा हाँ thank you so thank you for your letter thank you Raghu but this is working now so first thing is that you made some very important I'll first answer your questions that I have to respond to I think some points that he made which are very good about children and your point about what's happening in the brain what you have said is right for most people. When they say that they are going inwards and they are trying to reflect, actually it becomes like a regurgitation. And that is the reason why people are not able to get off that, break that. So that's a real question. And it's a good thing to even recognize that. Because there are so many people who might be meditating for 15, 20 years, but they are still in that spin that is going on in their mind. So one of the things that happens, which I have no idea what is the logical reasoning for it, but sometimes you end up discovering something in moments of unguardedness. With most people, the first moments of reflection happens in those moments of unguarded grace. That's the first thing. Now, you can't keep waiting for it, right? You can't keep waiting. But you have, so what happens is then you do try a lot of things which give you that unguardedness. A lot of people find themselves unguarded when they are, and the point that you mentioned about intellectualism and the naming and the thinking business is one of the guards that people have. So what are the places or the moments or the actions, physical actions, when you're unguarded? If you're able to be there, then it is possible that you'll have that discovery. So I think that would be the short answer to this point. Although I agree that we are so guarded all the time with all the logic and all the concepts and every other thing in our hand that we rarely allow ourselves to be unguarded for that healing to occur. We were actually very scared of that healing itself because we don't know what it entails. We think it's better to have a certain unpleasantness than an uncertain healing. You know that? So it is actually a very subtle and a tough thing. So many people keep meditating. So many people can really talk about a lot of things, but it's very difficult in that moment, that subtlety of that unguardedness. That brings discovery. That's one. Now, second, you said as a neuroscience, I think it's a great question that people are trying to find. What happens to the brain in an advanced meditative state? Now, we don't even know how to define an advanced meditative state, by the way. But when monks are saying, because you mentioned the Buddhist practice, because the monks are following a particular practice and they are unguarded at that point of time, something happens in their brain because they phenomenologically, they then say what happens. They sometimes lose a sense of body as a boundary. Even body is a guardedness of it. They sometimes lose a sense of time, etc., etc. And these now have been recorded. I mean, they have been now published and so on and so forth. So it is something important and interesting for neuroscientists to see what happens to the mind-body in deep states of meditation, however the deep states of meditation are defined. So that's the way to, how I would respond to this. And thank you.
One small suggestion, and then we'll go to Laila's story. One of the things you do is you watch without asking, how do I get out of it? The moment you start thinking, saying, how do I get out of it? How do I get out of it? You'll get further in. So the courage and the unguardedness that Shilpaji is talking about is just to look at the fact that you're hurt or you're in pain without saying, how quickly can I get out of it? Right? Just doing that will shift the way you're looking at it. And then anything can happen. But as long as you look at it and say, how do I change this? Nothing will happen.
That's a great point. Most of us don't even trust at that fundamental level. Otherwise, we may trust each other socially. But we don't even trust that if, in that unguarded moment, what is going to happen. So we put all those subtle and obvious controls around us. Great.
So I'm only reminded how deep and vast this is. What I hear about is the vulnerability and the resiliency and the courage to be a witnesser, whatever may happen, and allow the condition to be unconditioned. But not to say that what is conditioned is over, because there are deeper layers to it. Till the final seed itself is no longer unconditioned. But I guess that's going back to who we are. So it's just, like it has been mentioned throughout today, it's a continuous journey, right? And the journey can happen depending on how deep our practice is. How much are we willing to witness? How much are we willing to be in it, with it, and then to see what gets uncovered? And that's my sense. Sorry. I'm reading the poem now.
Sudha's going to read.
I'm here.
Before Sudha reads it, can we just stand up and stretch so that we're focused again? With a deep breath. I even made the General Assembly people sing Frere Jacques in all the languages, so I treat most of us like children, I think, because we're all children, really. Okay, so Sudha is going to read this poem, and then we'll take it from here.
Yeah, you can stretch a little to the right, to the left, and give out a loud yawn. That felt good. So this is a poem that I'm reading to you. It's written by Muhammad Darwish. Layla will share a little bit more about him.
He's a Palestinian poet who died. I attended his funeral. But we'll first read and then we'll talk about him.
Yeah. As you prepare your breakfast, think of others. Do not forget the pigeon's food. As you conduct your wars, think of others.
Do not forget those who seek peace. As you pay your water bill, think of others, those who are nursed by clouds. As you return home, to your home, think of others. Do not forget the people of the camps. As you sleep and count the stars, think of others, those who have nowhere to sleep. As you liberate yourself in metaphor, think of others, those who have lost the right to speak. As you think of others far away, think of yourself. Say, if only I were a candle in the dark. So as you think of others far away, think of yourself, if only I were a candle in the dark. And I will request Laila to give a context about.
Thank you, thank you. So Mahmoud Darwish is a Palestinian poet who lived a part of his life in exile. And for someone who lived a difficult life because he's Palestinian, to have written such a compassionate poem is amazing. And so in the beginning we had access to ourselves, and now I just want to remind us that no matter how many uncomfortable messages we had, to never forget thinking of others. I would like to end this by you hearing his own voice reading this poem. I'm fascinated with this man, I have to say. Really fascinated with him. Do we have Raghu? How's your technology? Is he around? Okay, perfect. Listen, really, and even close your eyes and listen. He's amazing.
Joel will make it happen.
Joel will make everything happen.
وأنت تعد فطورك فكر بغيرك لا تنس قوت الحمام وأنت تخوض حروبك فكر بغيرك لا تنس من يطلبون السلام وأنت تسدد فاتورة الماء فكر بغيرك من يرضعون الغمام وأنت تعود إلى البيت بيتك فكر بغيرك لا تنسى شعب الخيام وأنت تنام وتحصي الكواكب فكر بغيرك ثمة من لم يجد حيزا للمنام وأنت تحرر نفسك بالاستعارات فكر بغيرك من فقدوا حقهم في الكلام وأنت تفكر بالآخرين البعيدين فكر بنفسك قل ليتني شمعة في الظلام
حبوب سنبلة تموت ستملأ الوادي سنابل ستملأ الوادي سنابل ستملأ الوادي سنابل ستملأ الوادي سنابل ستملأ الوادي سنابل.
Thank you for that and for sharing that gift.
It's hard. So I'm just going to invite you to take a small break. It's been a long.
Thank you.
So a 15-minute break, and then the last session of the evening, the science of Tantra, and how the proper understanding of Tantra will help us to not just awaken, but accelerate the human consciousness awakening. So 15 minutes, please help yourself to some herbal tea, juice at the dining area. And when I ring the gong, please bring yourselves back again. Thank you so much. and the last session of the day. The evolutionary awakening, the science of Tantra. The tradition of Tantra is really very ancient. The word Tantra appears as far back as the Rig Veda, and it implies a weaving together. Until recent times, tantric practices was given by the master to an advanced initiate and was not available to the general public. However, with greater access, there has been a misinterpretation and misuse of these practices, which contains so much of power. When properly deployed or employed by an initiate or by a human being, how do the practices of Tantra help awaken the human consciousness? So we have today, through the day, really kind of spend time to see how we can awaken. So this is another perspective, another lens. And this is again a conversation, and I think for the first time we are having 3 Devis, the 3 Shaktis. So welcoming Dr. Madhu Khanna. She is the Tagore National Fellow at the National Museum, New Delhi. Kishori Radhakrishnan, I will invite you to say a few words about yourself. I heard a lot about you. And of course, Swamini
Swatma Vidyananda.
Sorry, I didn't understand the writing. Swatmananda. So she is the moderator for today's session. So inviting you to really explore and give it your full presence for this session. Thank you so much. Over to you all.
Namaste. Welcome to all. We will begin with a Shanti mantra before we start. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Tantra, the word Tantra means a lot of things. In fact, computer science in modern day Sanskrit is called Tantra Shastra because we've had to bring out new words for new concepts. So therefore there is a lot of vagueness around what this means. A vagueness that is compounded by pejorative ideas due to the misapprehension and the misuse and the misunderstanding of it. So I think it will be nice to begin with just how each of our sisters, the panelists, how would you define Tantra? And then we take it from there.
Namaskar. Tantra, you mean it is the Sanskrit word, but the real meaning is the skill, we can say. Tantra means skill. The Parabrahma itself is Sat, Chit, Ananda. We call it as Sachidananda. The Sat part of the Parabrahma is always in everywhere, omnipresence, pervading everywhere. We cannot say there is a place without the Brahma. Because as you know from the story of Prahlada, everywhere the God is there. According to our samskara and also all the other religion speaks that only God is everywhere. But the Chit part, this is the Swarupa Lakshana of the Parabrahma. Chit part is again divided into 2. That is, one is Shakti, another one is Tantra. It can be also used in other word as a little bit Maya. See, this is capable of doing anything if we use it properly. How a dog which we tamed it, that dog will accept ourselves and it will obey our order. For the street dog, we cannot do anything. It will bite us. Just like that, I cannot use that word, but it is like a Shakti in each of us. There is, we cannot go beyond us for searching of Tantra. We are all made up of Tantra. If we are used it properly, how we can awaken ourselves, how we can use. This is a part of Kundalini Shakti also, according to our Tantra. This Tantra part, we say, this begins in each and every body of the Mooladhara Chakra. From there, it goes to the Brahma Chakra. That is, from where it overflows to the persons and the persons. When we are ready to awaken our Shakti inside, we are able to do anything. This Tantra, this Shakti, this is the great, it is also like a Brahmastra. In olden days, all our rishis don't have any vehicle or any helicopter, but they went everywhere. They traveled all over the world. They did anything, they saw anything. By sitting here, I can see what is going on in America. That is also a Tantra. That much of vision I had. How this Tantra, when we use it, that is also a Tantra. How to use the Tantra, how to make the Tantra to obey ourselves. It is also a Tantra. It is also one of the Sri Vidya part, how to properly tame the Tantra. Oh, you could.
Thank you. Namaskar to everybody. I'm very, very blessed that you're here. I want to begin by thanking my dear friend Dina and Maria and Jayanti ji and the team, and of course Sudha, the Sutradhar of this wonderful session, for inviting me. This is a very rare opportunity for me because I just move around universities and students, and the whole atmosphere is very different, who don't want to hear anything about experience. They just want Shastric knowledge. So thank you for having me here. And since three of us are here who are so well accomplished in the whole Vidya, I think I will just try to say a few words as a scholar rather than somebody who's into the path, and then I'll come to the path. Now, when you look at it etymologically, there are as many as 14 different meanings of the word Tantra. And of course, they change from context to context. You know, for instance, Tantra also means just any kind of scripture. So, for instance, Jayanti, you can write your autobiography and call it Jayanti Tantra, and you know, it would be correct. It's like any scripture is called a Tantra. Any form of knowledge can also be labeled as Tantra. But the sad part is that the word Tantra does not explain what the whole ontology and the tradition is. And there are historical reasons for it. The first reason is that unlike the great, say, Mahavir and Buddha, you know, Tantra is an ancient discipline, but it didn't have a founder. You can't say it was founded. It was founded by Shiva. When we read the scriptures, it was really the Bhairavagamas and the Shaiva and the Shakta Tantras, that huge number of scriptures that are labeled as Tantra. So it never had a founder. it had a beginning in time. It is an ancient tradition. And the other thing is it evolved in different parts of India in different periods, in different regions, through lineage-based traditions, through Guru Parampara. And it is a secret, as very rightly it was just explained, that, that it is a secret, it's a rahasyavad, it's a secret science, and it is definitely looked upon as a path of power. It is path of Shakti. And I'll come to that later. I tend to define or try to understand Tantra as an experiential sacred science which has the potential of expansion of consciousness. From the root tan. Tan means to expand.
Explain.
Yeah, to expand. And when they talk of expansion of consciousness, obviously you have to assume that they believe in the divinity of the body. And then they move on, of course, in their ontology and philosophies. It's not just the divinity of the body, it's also how they look upon the whole universe as consciousness, because it is a monastic system. And when you look at, for instance, the Shiva Sutra, the first sutra of Shiva Sutra is Chaitanyam Atma. Reality is consciousness, or the self is consciousness, and there's nothing else but beyond this one singular consciousness, which is omniscient, which is whole.
Consciousness is always only one.
Yes, it's only, and everywhere this consciousness exists. From today, a previous scholar spoke about Sankhya. Now, in the Tantras, we have 36 tattvas. We just don't, there are more tattvas added to the whole Sankhya scheme. So basically, from Shiva Shakti, who are the primordial, I would say, reality, to the earth tattva, everything is consciousness according to them. But what is interesting about, now Tantra co-developed with the Vedas. You can't say that, it's something outside. It's not Veda Bhaya in that sense.
No.
So it co-developed, but what it gave to Indic tradition is quite fantastic. In one way that it somehow, all the gaps in Orthodox religion, it kind of reinterpreted. So for instance, it's casteless. Then it gives amazing power to women.
Wrong interpretation.
To women. Women are looked upon as an archetype of Devi or Shakti. Then at the same time, one of the greatest contributions of Tantra to the world knowledge is what was just spoken about, their construction of the subtle body and the whole ontology of Shakti. Now, according to Tantras, you have, of course, pure consciousness, which is the male principle, and then you have Shakti, his cognitive energy, or self-awareness, or the power of consciousness is Devi, Shakti. And Shakti, of course, has innumerable personifications.
Shakti only gives power to Shiva.
Also,
that's what
yes.
Sankaracharya told,
in Saundarya Lahari, yes.
Saundarya, first sloka. Shiva Shaktya yukto yeti bhavati Shakti.
Absolutely. So it is like Shiva, Shakti, Vina, Shava. That he is like a corpse.
Nache devam devo nakala kushala. He cannot
move. He cannot. She is the one. She is the energy. She's a dynamic aspect, dynamic verb of creation. She is the one who transforms. She is the one who, creates all the elements. She's in all the elements. And Shiva is there as a silent seer. Now, this is a very fundamental, absolutely philosophy of Shaiva and Shakta Tantra, which they all believe, and also Buddhist Vajrayana, only they look at it differently. There are slight changes. Now, what is interesting about it is that this Shakti, who's also referred to, addressed as the goddess, exists in our own body, Yat Pinde Tat Brahmande. So, and when it exists in our body, it takes the form of Kundalini Shakti or cosmic energy. That cosmic energy is very much lies dormant in each one of us. And the whole yoga of Tantra consists in arousing and awakening that Shakti, which is pure consciousness, and awakening it and making it rise. Now, but the whole system of Kundalini yoga is not all that easy, because the tantrics have developed a whole notion of the human body. It's not the body of material sciences and the biological body. It is the etheric double that we carry in us. So we in the morning there was talk about pancha koshas. We have the 5 koshas. We have the annamaya, we have the pranamaya, the body of energy. Then we have vijnanmaya. Then we have then finally the anandmaya, the body of bliss. So they are like different sheets. So our consciousness or our bodies are like an onion. You keep on peeling layer by layer. And vertically, when you see the construction of the human body, it's even more complex, because according to them, this very shell, corporeal shell, which is physical, is linked with the psychic aspect, and it's cosmocentric. In other words, whatever is in the cosmos is in the body. So we are made of the same substance as the stars and the elements. And they have a complex system. They call it Sukshma Deha, Siddha Deha. These are the words they use to describe the etheric double.
Sukshma Sharira.
Sukshma Sharira, the subtle body. The subtle body.
Causal body is a Kara Sharira, and Sukshma Sharira is the sleeping mode, and the gross body
and the gross
is
body.
called the
And what
Sthula
the yoga, now the Shiva and Shakti are part of the body, because Shakti resides in the Muladhara chakra, which is at the base of the spine, and Shiva at the Sahasrara. And the whole yoga consists of awakening the dormant Shakti and causing it
from
to rise
the Muladhara to
through Shushumna, which is a median channel,
Yes.
to unite with Shiva, and together they are they're blissful, they are samarasya in one sense.
This samarasya, making the Shakti to unite with the Shiva, is the great step-by-step great study. That is the Kundalini awakening. If once it is awakened, then it will always go, because up to that Hridaya chakra, that is Anahata chakra, it will be a very difficult task for us to awaken. That means we have all the Ashtanga Yoga also to be practiced. Basically, everything is linked only. Without Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pratyagara, we cannot awake the Kundalini Shakti to be rise. Because this same thing, what Vivekananda used, arise. What is that meaning, arise, awake? That is Jagrat. Jagrat means awake your Kundalini. Arise, awake, sleep not. Because if you are in the Yoga Shastra, Yoga also says this. It's also one kind of Kundalini Yoga, they say. If we are in the process of making the Kundalini to awake, then it will be always in the thirst of coming and going. So, this nadi should be what?
Purification.
Purification. Nadi Shuddha.
Nadi Shuddha.
Purification of our nadis. And Vedana also our chakra. This Vedana and purification will be a very hard task, but if you practice it, that is, each and everything is hard work only. Without hard work, nothing will be happen. So if you practice it regularly, that means you will be used to that. If you do one hard work, means it will be used to that. So that making the Kundalini to arise in us, it is how to sit, what to be practiced, how to do that. This will be, in course of time, it will be easy. If you bring the Kundalini Shakti, that means this Tantra Shakti from the Muladhara to the Anahata, then it will be very easy. It will go fast to the Sahasrara, because it can be also In the wrong side, it is interpreted that how the love fair come each other closer like that. That Shakti will be in a hurry to meet the Shiva when it comes to the Anagata. Until that, it is very hard that I accept, but it will be easy for you people if you practice it regularly. You continue.
Very fascinating to hear this. I have a question. The question is this. From both of you, I have heard great Shakti, big power, these are the words. And a power that, if I understand what you said correctly, a power that must be carefully harnessed, otherwise it will harness you. This is what I have heard. Then, from a lay person's perspective, why do I want this power? This is a question. Why do I want this power? And how does this power help me in my spiritual awakening and growth? Second question. And third question, how do I stop using this power? Where is the line between using the power for bhoga versus yoga?
You want to answer?
One each of you can answer.
Try, and then you can continue.
Which question are you answering?
Anything, anyone. You inquire me again, please.
So the first one is, why do I want this power? Why not I do other things, like why can't I just sit and meditate or go for a walk in nature? There are other ways of communing. There are other ways of awakening spiritually. Why would I choose this particular path? That is the first question.
See, if you want anything suddenly or anything you want, you have to go in search of that. See, after so many death and birth, we had occurred this human beings. In our Siddhanta, the human beings is not easy. Getting human sarira is not easy. After so many births, according to our karma, it is given to us to make us. In this birth only, we are in the freedom of deciding ourselves whether to go upward or go to downward. There, if you want to go upward means, that is, we have to have so much spiritually, our burdens we have to clear. To clear one hall means, what we say, if I ask anybody to clean the hall, then suddenly he will pick up all the dust only to remove. If you remove the dust, then only the cleanliness will come. Just like that, for the subtle body, if you want to have the subtle body for salvation, otherwise the salvation is not possible. Salvation means it is making our all gross body unwanted thing. That only our Atma, that is self-consciousness, is the Param Brahmatma. The Brahmatma and the Jivatma is same. It is that Shankaracharya's Advaita Siddhanta. And also our universal Siddhanta is Advaita. We are nothing but the part and parcel of the Parabrahma. If you want to unite ourselves with the Parabrahma, we have to have that much of pure body. To clean ourselves, we need something. So to go to the terrace means we are having so many kinds of steps we can go. By that escalator also we can go, by the lift also we can go. The going the path, which is easy for people like me, I will choose that lift for going upward. Going upward is main, but choosing is according to us. That this type is going in the lift. That is in your hand. If you want that going the lift by lift, because the lift itself take you without any struggle. Even in the staircase or the escalator also, we must manage ourselves to balance also. Otherwise, there is the chance to fail. But in the lift means we can sit, we can sleep, we can dance, we can do anything, but we will go upstairs.
Madhuji, why is this power? Why do I want this power if it is so dangerous?
Firstly, the Shastras say that this is the quickest way of getting liberation. That is their answer. And there are three paths: Swataha, Shastrataha, and Gurutaha. Third is Guru. Because without, and it is a lineage-based tradition, without a Guru, one should not go into this path at all. The other thing is that, when you raise this question of power, I'm a bit baffled. Because everything has power. Show me one thing which does not have power. Everything, even your Naam Jap, which appears to so simple. Somebody like Kabir began to write poetry. Now, as a scholar of Tantra, I would say his Kundalini had risen. You had the Nayanars, you had all those great poets, from in the Siddhas. How did they write that great poetry on Shiva? Their Kundalini had risen. It's just that we don't have scientific research. And when we look at the sacred world, whether it's Indian or Buddhist or Jain or anything, every element in the cosmos has power. So we should not be afraid of power. We should be afraid of who's giving you that power. If you're ignorant of the workings of your body, you don't know how your prana moves, and you tell everybody, I'm a guru and I can, do pranayam like this, because even the pranayams of Kundalini Shakti are very different, because you have the two, exhalation and inhalation, and you have to catch the midpoint.
It is like a current.
It's a current.
Current.
So you
how you use yourself. If you touch as it is, you will go somewhere. But if you use it for fan, for electricity, everything, it will be used to it.
It's like, nuclear power. You can destroy nations, what is happening in Ukraine, or you can use it for healing, or you can use it for, amassing energy and distributing it. So we should not be afraid of energy. There are different kinds of energies,
But the people who are in the skill to do anything, that Kundalini itself, Jagrata Avastha, without their knowledge, their Kundalini works.
They may not know the concept, but when you take the life of Ramakrishna, Paramhans, or Gurudev,
what I said,
they were all aware of. They all had Jagrat Kundalinis. It's just that we don't describe it like that. So I think we should not be afraid of sacred power. Sometimes the word has so much power, somebody curses and it comes through. Oh my God.
Those people are
live example.
Kundalini Jagrat. Kundalini Jagrat.
Yeah. And Kundalini, the Shastra says Gyan Dhyan Prakashaka. Gyan Dhyan Prakashaka. But it should come by the Guru, Gyan and Dhyan. And the interesting part of the concept of Kundalini is that it does not belong to any particular religion. It belongs to all the religions.
Universal.
Universal. It's a universal energy. So which itself is an amazing concept. And what is even more amazing is the way they visualize the etheric body.
Our
72,000 nadis.
Our Siddhanta is universal only.
It's totally universal.
Nothing, it don't divide the people with religion or with caste, anything
nothing. It's nothing. So it's a very wide base. And there are many psychologists and scientists who are now working on it, as to what is that energy. Because now you have neuroscientists talking about, looking at the whole power of spiritual power of Kundalini. So your second question, I know you.
That was, it was just talking about, asking the question, why are people so afraid of it? Tantra means there is a certain fear. That is what. And you just said You already started to answer it. You said, we must never be afraid of power because everything has power. Even a rock has power. Absolutely correct. And so why is it that there is so much widespread fear and a kind of almost bordering on revulsion, distaste, that kind of a thing? Yeah.
Well, basically, you see, you have to look at it historically again. You have sophisticated Tantra, which is embedded in the Shastras, whether you see the Advaita tradition of South India or the Bengali tradition or the Kashmiri tradition, highly sophisticated philosophical sources and Kriya Pradhan sources in Sanskrit that outline the pujas and also the kriyas, yogic kriyas of Tantra. That's one level. Then you have the popular form.
Tantra itself.
You have the popular form where you have any Tom, Dick and Harry, calling himself tantric, and they say, okay, you want to get your daughter, if you have problems of life, survival problems, daughter is not getting married, or somebody like Lalu Prasad went to a tantric to get more votes, and so there are a whole lot of these, imposters.
Why, my father also underwent some problem because he was doing that Tantra path. At those times, the Brahmins were very strict.
Yes.
They were told that he is not a Brahmin because practicing some other thing. He is not a Vedic Brahmin. But again, it was accepted by that Kanchi, Shankara and all.
The secret is that even the Brahmins were practicing it because there were no mantras to alleviate that problem that they were facing. But Tantras had those mantras, you see. So it is a mantra, they act through mantra shakti, they act through talisman, making yantras, they act, they give talisman, they give herbs, they give... And when it comes to some people, it works.
Without mantra, we cannot enter the Tantra.
No, you can't, because that is the power. That's the power source of Tantra.
This is defense for us. Mantra is defense. Yes. Then only if you are able to manage the mantra, if you are confident about your mantra uchadana, then only you can enter to that. Yeah. That is practical. If you don't know the knowledge, the theory, you cannot do the practical.
Then also you see this whole idea in Tantras that everything is pure. They do not divide the universe into binary oppositions which are absolute. So Tantrics can go to a cremation ground and do a puja. So that is very fearsome for ordinary people. You have a place like Tarapet, which is a cremation ground in Bengal, and it is full of yoginis and sadhikas and sadhaks.
No, in the Tantra part also, we won't differ from our Brahmin or other caste or our other religion and all. So we have to accept universal person, only the humanity. That is whether he is doing the practice of mantra carefully. That's what we see. So, in those days, it was like that. These people who are uniting other religion also, this is somewhat, it's not... it's probable for our religion, our mantra, because those people, even the Shankaracharya also was banned by his community. No? Like that, after only himself, he was awakened by that Chandala. You know that? That is one story I want to tell. It was told to me by my Guruji, that after Shankaracharya taking bath in that Kashi, Varanasi, in Ganga, he came with his disciple. At that time, there was one Chandala, means that, now I cannot say.
Funeral groundskeeper. Yeah.
That person came in front of him. He told that, please go aside. Please do aside. I will go past. Gacha. But he does not know who was that person in front of you. Even Shankaracharya also was at that time one man, human being. That person was told, he told, you are saying gacha, you are saying to whom gacha, whether my sharira or my atma. If my Sharira means it cannot hear you, it is so opaque, you cannot do anything for the Sharira. If it is without the Atma, Sharira is Shava. If it is Atma means my Atma, there is no difference from you. So for whom you are saying Gacha Gacha, then only understood that person himself is the omnipresent Shiva. So we accepted that. The same thing is in Tantra past also. In Tantra, we accept all the people. It is the universal unity, union. Just like now I see all the persons without caste, religion, all the persons. We want to know the persons because if you are having that humanity in you, this is Tantra.
Yeah, so basically, you have to look at Tantra as a discipline that evolved out of the Vedas but perfected Hinduism. I call it Hinduism in perfection because within the Dharma Shastras, there is a lot of chua-chut, and this is pure, that is impure, and they kind of really make a difference, and everything is for the Dvijas. Women are also not given such a high status.
Women also was not practiced.
So, but in Tantra, they subverted everything. The gurus said, no, women are the highest because she is a Shakti, and women in fact are worshipped, and women can play very powerful roles. This is a very religious roles. Yes. They can become gurus, they can, run sanstha's, and they are admired for it. So this comes out very openly in the texts, Sanskrit texts themselves, that a mantra given by a woman will be more powerful than given by a male guru. Now this is fantastic. It's feminism at its best, as far as I can see, because it's empowering the woman to empower others.
So we call the Almighty as Janani.
Yeah. So the power travels through the woman to the family, to the male, to the society. So in that sense, it makes the feminine central. Then the other thing is, of course, as I said, that there is no purity and impurity is not taken to be, as being antagonistic to each other. So all the impure substances, you see, even within Tantra, there are various kulas. There is a Dakshina Marg, and there is the Vama Marg, Vamapanthis or the Kaula. Now within the Kaula Marg, they make offerings of all the forbidden substances, wine, meat, Panchamakara, wine, meat, fish, mithuna, etc.
That is a great rahasya.
Yeah. But the thing is that it is meant only for very advanced people. And in Kularnava Tantra rightly states that if everybody could realize just because you're making love to their wives, that doesn't mean, that they have realized and reached the highest state of consciousness. So one should not mix up pleasure with bhoga. Tantric bhoga is totally different. After you have crossed 7 stages of consciousness, then the guru will say, okay, you can practice this. But what is happening in America is just the opposite. Tantra is a very big business. It's it's huge.
It is, as you say, it is a great business, Tantra. Because that real artha, good artha, that secret meaning is not shown to the people.
No.
It's not revealed. But the Tantra means they are making something, some other thing they are doing puja. But in your hand you are doing puja, in the left hand they are doing that puja. In the right hand, what is that? There is left and right in us. The left hand also with us. The right hand has the right hand. The left also with us only. So even that Paramashiva, Adi Shakti and Adi Shiva, they both united left and right to show that Shakti, Vama, she is called Vama. Vama Marga is not lesser than the Dakshina Marga.
Yeah.
Vama is even, we can say, greater than. Because
more power. Because
it's more power. It is with father and mother. But only doing the puja for father is also not useless. It's for so doing the puja for mother is also useless. Doing the puja for both, for that only we are daily doing that Guru Paduka, Shukla Charana, Rakta Charana and Misra Charana. The unity of father and mother. The unity of father
Male
and mother
female.
makes that creation. For the creation, we are all already created. So we cannot forget the Karta. The Karta is the reason for us. If we are doing, if we are still living, means we should not forget the Karta. So in order to obey, in order to memorize, that is, pay homage to the Karta, we do the puja for the Rakta Charana, Shukla Charana, and Misra Charana.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, Tantra is then very inclusive, I would say. Why
Yes.
do I say that it's a perfection of Hinduism at its highest? Because earlier traditions then divided everything. But in Tantra, you have convergence of yoga and bhoga. You have, again, women become central. Then at the same time, the pujas are both external and internal. So you can worship Kundalini internally, but then they have a very curious concept of Unmilan Samadhi. Unmilan means opening one's eyes. It means that after one has amassed the power and has harmonized the energies within, then you do this meditation with open eyes, which means all that power you must give to the people as healing or as, Shaktipat. Shaktipat. Shaktipat is descent of Shakti, because if gurus will give the descent of Shakti to the
That is
to the disciplines. Shaktipata. So that is, and there are various ways of initiation, through sight, through mantra, through Shaktipat, through touch, sometime even in a dream. So now, this is a very unusual when you read the literature, because they're talking of
Shambhavi Diksha
Shambhavi Diksha, yeah. So
the
they are
dream.
talking of, the astral world, also the entire cosmos of the stars and the planets and everything has been integrated into human life. And then that's why they say Sarvam Sarv Atmakam. Everything is interrelated. So Tantras also have an ecological message. If everything is interrelated and you're part of that and the whole universe is you're not going to destroy Mother Earth.
This is the same thing when
tread softly, I would say,
When we do the puja for the Paduka, it is also the same. It's a Tantra. Because in our human body, our head is North Pole. Our foot is South Pole foot. So if we touch our Guruji's foot, then that South Pole will attract our North Pole. So that North and South will be attracted. So they told that to obey to the Charana, that is Paduka of the Guruji, not others. You can do that Namaskara, but the real thing of obeying that, doing Namaskara is touching the feet by our head. It is a great reaction in our Diksha also. We use the disciple to touch the foot of the Guru. That is one Guru Paduka Smarana Sparsha Diksha. That is also a part of Diksha. When you get Diksha, that one type, that the Shishya must touch his Guru's feet by his head. Then only the Namakarana will be given.
Yeah. And the other thing is, you see that when we go to temple, the modern temple worship in India is all Tantraized.
Yes,
but nobody wants to accept it. By that, we don't mean that they're offering wine and meat, but they're using the nyasas, the mudras, the bhuta shuddhi rituals, etc. Yeah. So they've taken parts of Tantra which are meant for purification It's a ritual technology of Tantra, I would say. And they've integrated it, and that's in Vaishnav temples in Vrindavan. I've seen it in Kerala. That they are known as tantris, the priests.
Not just part of it, they've taken all of it. In fact, every temple in India is consecrated through Agama Shastra, which is
Exactly. But if you tell them it's Tantra,
they will get scared.
They'll just look at you as though you said something terrible.
The same thing is in Rasa Leela. Krishna's Rasa Leela is the Tantra Shastra.
Yes. And all the major religious streams in India, Vaishnav, Shakta, Shaiva, Ganpatya, Hanuman worship. Hanuman, even there is a tantric form of Hanuman worship. Tantric form of Ganesha. It shows how wide this tradition was.
Vaishnava form of Ganesha.
Yes. So you have Tantras penetrated into all the religious streams of India. And they all created their own form of tantric worship, taking some elements from the mainstream, either from the Bhairav Agamas of Kashmir or Bengal. And Bengal is totally tantric. My God, the goddess worship in Bengal, Kali. It covers the entire spectrum of life from bhakti to nationalism. Yes, India's freedom, the role that Kali's image played.
Yes.
From Bankim Chandra, his works and his stories and posters of Kali everywhere, and how these the freedom fighters are sacrificing themselves. Subhash Chandra Bose poster, sacrificing himself in front of Kali so that we get liberated from colonialism. So from nationalism to personal bhakti. And it's again Devi coming in a certain form. And each of these tantric goddesses have created a retinue of goddesses. So Lalita Ambika, who's worshipped on the Sri Yantra, she has 110 emanations. You have Durga, of course, has 9. Then Kali has 10 Dashamahavidyas. Each one is different from the other. Another huge school of thought. And now it's becoming more and more popular. And I was asking some of my friends who've suddenly become, Devi Bhakts. I said, why are you pursuing, you always worshipping Vishnu and Shiva? They said, no, because she gives you what you want. But she said, we go with our prasad and all that to Durga. And Durga cult is completely tantrized. All the mantras are tantric. The story may be Puranic in one sense.
The Navadurga itself is Tantra Path.
Tantra Path, exactly. It's one of the earliest texts around 12th century. And after that, the whole of Indian religiosity changed as a result of it. Because we have from 18 Puranas, we have 6 Devi Purans talking about the greatness of Devi and how she exploits the Asuras in different contexts. We have this wonderful text of Lalitopakhyan, a part of Brahmanda Puran, where you have goddess Lalita vanquishing the Asuras.
Trishati.
Wrongly interpreted the Shiva Shaktiya union.
Yes.
So the Tantra means they say something about lust and luck, like that. But the union of Shiva Shakti gives the creation. That creation means everything in you is created. You have the new energy, you have the new mind, you have the fresh thoughts. But that if you unite that Shiva and Shakti part of you, it is the Sri Yantra. In us also Shiva and Shakti part, in the Sri Yantra also the Shiva and Shakti part. Each and every triangle is touching other. Without touching, no triangle in the Sri Chakra. Each and every angle is touching other. One is Shakti Kona and the other is Shiva Kona. Each Shiva Kona touches that Shakti Kona. Without Shakti, Shiva is Shava. Without Shiva, Shakti cannot produce anything.
Yes. There is even a verse. Bindu Trikona Vasukona Dashara Yugma.
That is the Sri Yantra. So, you have the all in your body also, everything.
Yes. So I just wanted, many years back, I'm just being a little personal, forgive me.
Yes.
When I was writing my first book in England, this was all these questions, the flower power movement and the countercultures, were rife then. And among my friends, they used to keep asking me, but you're writing this book on Tantra, but tell us what is the scientific base, which is indeed the theme of today's conference as well. So I started doing some research into brain research, talking to people. And this I wrote many years back, but I just want to read a passage because I think it's very relevant for the kind of questions that we are asking. So basically, as Mother just explained, that how you awaken the Kundalini, which Kundalini is, of course, Devi, and the Devi then unites with Shiva. And of course, on the path, you have different chakras with different number of petals, symbolizes lotuses. The highest chakra is Sahasrar. It's a 1,000-petal lotus right here on the crown of the head. Okay. So now what's going on, with these wonderful symbols? One thing we have to understand when we study religion, that, we can't be literal. Because greater part of religious knowledge comes in symbols. Whether you read literature, whether it's Mahabharata, Ramayana, whether you read Upanishads, whether you read mythology, because mythology is not a story, it's about human consciousness. Dev-Asura fight is about the inner fights that are going on in all of us. So we have to look at it differently. Anyway, so I came to this conclusion then, and I'll just share it with you with your permission. The opening up of Kundalini energy in the language of modern science may mean the activation of vast dormant areas of the brain. The neurological capacities of the human being are incalculable. Each individual possesses around 10 billion brain cells. A single brain cell may be in relationship to 25,000 others. The number of possible associations is astronomical, therefore being a quantity larger than the number of atoms in the universe. Now, I'm not saying this is the scientists are telling us about brain. At each second, the brain receives approximately 100 billion sensations, and it is estimated that it fires off around 5,000 signals per second. In contrast to the vast reservoir of our potentialities, I would put it energy-bound potentialities, since we are discussing Tantra, we are aware of only 1/1,000,000th of our own cortical signaling. And so vast areas of the brain, which the neurologists call silent areas, remain wasted assets, untapped and unutilized. One of these areas are completely active. When these areas are completely active, we have begun to communicate with our own higher consciousness. The opening of this center to the fullest capacity enables the Kundalini Shakti to ascend to the highest psychic center, Sahasrar, the place of cosmic consciousness, symbolized by the 1,000-petal lotus located just above the head. In the process of Kundalini Yoga, it is said, even the pattern of electrical impulses in the brain is altered. Through tantric disciplines, the ascending Kundalini vitalizes the psychic centers in the human body, technically called chakras, until it finally reaches the Sahasrar, where the mystic union takes place. The aspirant thus realizes in a transcendental experience his union with Shiva and Shakti. So the body, so sensitized, attains a mastery over the elements. You see, because these chakras are linked with the 5 elements, the 5 sheets of the body. So as you move from chakra to chakra, from Mooladhara is the base, dealing with passions, then you go above. It's again to do with your, emotional being. As you move forward, when you come to the Manipur, which is a place of fire, fire is meant to burn all that which goes before, which comes prior to that. It's meant to burn it and transform it. And then as you go higher and higher, centers open. The astral body takes over. In fact, in tantric healing, you tap the astral body first. They say if your astral body is perfect, your body can be healed. You don't go with a surgeon's knife cutting the body. We don't do that. We use the mantras, you use the nyasas, you use, you energize or visualize the astral self which is within you. So this is what it is. This is what I came to. So I think brain research is also now going to be very sophisticated. I mean, they're moving on in the right direction. And once they have found a riddle to this, I think the Tantras will be loved by all. This is what I think.
Tathastu. Does this seem like a good time to open it up for questions? Is there anything you wanted to say? Or shall we open it up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason is also because we continue this dialogue tomorrow morning.
Fine.
So we'll just have one question before we call it a wrap.
Thank you for this wonderful session. I learned a lot from this. And with respect to this particular thing about Sankhya and Tantra, in Sankhya we have this Prithvi and we have the Purusha, right? The Prakriti and the Purusha. The Prakriti is feminine and Purusha is masculine, and it is the Purusha which actually activates the Prakriti. Whereas in Tantra, as you said, the Shiva, which is the masculine principle, it is inverse. The Shiva is in the inner thing and the Shakti is the outer thing, right? So why does this inversion happen? That is one. Number two, a small thing. You said that Tantra is entirely outside the Vedic tradition, but we have the Vak Sukta in Vedas from which we can actually see a lot of continuity in the evolution of the Devi imagery. So can we say that from the Vedic, big Vedic universe, these two, Vedic ritualism and Tantric ritualism, they evolved as two separate branches? Thank you.
I don't know.
Prakriti and Purusha.
Well, firstly, coming to your question on Vedas, the thing is, obviously there's a continuity, but the thing is, you have ideas in the Vedas in seed form. You know, you have a certain idea which is there, but the Tantras have explicated it. They have written commentaries over it. They've explained it further. The word yoga comes in the Upanishads and later.
Yes.
But then the way it is explained in yoga texts and by Patanjali and in the Tantras is totally different. So we are not anti-Vedic or anything like that. It is just an interpretation offered by the highest school of Kaulas, who say that we are Vedabhaya because we are using forbidden substances and we have a philosophy behind it. We have a philosophy, and their philosophy is that pure and impure depends upon your attitude and your own perfection and your own awareness. It doesn't depend, purity and impurity does not exist in the thing in itself.
They think that the Prakriti is commanding the Purusha. How it is happened? Because in Tantra we say the Shakti is the higher post. But they are mistaken by that. This Prakriti and Purusha, this Purusha is the Parabrahma, which I first mentioned. It is the union of Sit and Chaitanya. Sat, Chit, Ananda. The three things united is the Purusha. The Prakriti is the creation, that is the Prapancha. We don't have that part. We are criticizing about the Chit part of the Parabrahma, Sachidananda Swarupa. This Prakriti is the creation of the Chaitanya. Chaitanya created. Chaitanya part 2. One is the Tantra, the another one is the Parabrahma Swarupa. This Chaitanya is also the Brahma Swarupa. Brahmini, she is called a Brahmi, Brahma Vidya, Brahmi, like that. She created, this is Prapancha is creation. But the Tantra, it is the separate part. That is the skill, all the Akatita Gadana, it is said also. Patiyasi Maya. This is the Tantra means how to run fast. All the running. But how to run fast? This is something, is the a subdivision of the Sit Shakti. Tantra is, we don't have anything with difference with the Sachidananda. We accept the Sachidananda Rupa. But the Chita, the Swarupa Lakshana, are the Samarthya Lakshana. It is the Samarthya of the Sachidananda. It is not the Swarupa. We don't go nearby the Swarupa. We are criticizing the Samarthya, how the Sachidananda is capable of. The Samarthya is the Tantra. Tantra means Samarthya. That is, all are doing, all are cooking food, but somebody's food is very tasty and somebody is not creating. Same material is given, same oil is given, same food is prepared, but something is tasty and something is less. So that is what we call the Tantra. Tantra itself in the meaning Tantriya, Tantra. That is how to make, how to go, how to create, how to speak. Maybe it's technology. Same BA student will work in the same office, but somebody will given promotion with the skill. If we show our skill, if the skill is given, the process is getting. So this is the Tantra part is something which makes us easily evaluation, go to the salvation. That's what we say. We don't have any misunderstanding about the Parabrahma Tattva, Prapancha Purusha Tattva, we don't have. Prapancha is the creation. It is already created. All the things, these drishyas, the Prapancha. But the Purusha is the Nimitta Karana. That is, the Nimitta means one who is the Mula Karana, proper Karana of the creation. That we never go beyond that. We accept that. But the Prapancha, even in the Prapancha, how we can modify according to our. Because in the deep thunder, we have some heater. In the cold, we have some AC. Like that, how we use the Prapancha according to our use. That is how we use the Prapancha. This is the Tantra. Tantra is nothing but no work we won't against that Siddhanta. This is Parabrahma Siddhanta is always there. We accept that Parabrahma is Sachidananda, that is one, that is the Avikara, Amrita, all this we also say. But the Chit Bhava of the Parabrahma is here mentioned.
So, this can go endless.
Yes.
Yeah. So, would you like to wrap it in a line, Swamini?
Yes, I would like to close with a prayer.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will be deferred for the morning.
Tomorrow morning, we begin with the session. So this was just to give us the context and the laying of what is Tantra as we understand and what is the reality. Tomorrow we will be in the satsang to knowing what and the understanding of how we work with it. Yeah? Thank you so much. Yes, Swamini.
Om Swasti Prajabhyah Paripalayantam Nyayena Margena Mahim Mahishaha Go Brahmanebhyah Shubhamastu Nityam Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu Kale Varshatu Parjanyaha Prithvi Sashya Shalini Desho Yangsho Bharahitaha Brahmana Santu Nirbhayaha Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha Sarve Santu Niramayaha Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhag Bhavet Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritangamaya Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha
Harihi Om. Thank you so much. And thank you. That was quite an enlightening talk and sharing and very intimate, and the fluidity and the flow. So thank you. That was day 2, and we meet tomorrow again at 9:30. We start from where we left. So we begin with the topic of Shakti and knowing of the Shakti and working of it. And then we go towards the afternoon with different topics, more towards the integration. Good night, Shubharatri, and see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here.